Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I am not the kind of person who writes into horror channels. I work with wires and diesel and schematics, not ghosts. For 6 years, my job was simple. Go where the Coast Guard points, fix whatever is broken, sign the log, go home. I have crawled through flooded basements, climbed radio towers in ice storms, and slept in more crappy bunk rooms than I can count. Only one job followed me home. You are probably listening to this in your car or your bed, with your fridge humming in the next room, maybe your AC rattling in the window. I want you to pay attention to those sounds for a second. The low, constant machine noise that makes you feel like you are not alone. Now imagine all of them cutting out at once. That is what I remember first about Greyhook Light. Not what I saw, what I did not hear. The lighthouse was a white concrete tower on a bare rock somewhere off the coast of Washington. No dock, no houses, no trees, just a generator shed, a rusted helipad nobody used anymore, and the tower itself, turning its beam over empty water. The kind of place you look at on a chart and call unmanned. We were told it would be boring, routine. The light had been throwing up some weird rotation errors on the remote monitors, so they sent 2 of us instead of 1. 10 days. Check the motors, scrub the corrosion, swap a few parts, and let the automation do its thing. They did not tell us about the previous tech requesting a transfer after his trip out there. They did not tell us about the old logbooks in the stairwell closet. And they definitely did not tell us anything about 2:12 a.m. This is not a campfire story. Nothing jumps out of a mirror. Nobody pulls a knife. There is no neat explanation at the end. All I can tell you is what happened on that rock. The nights when the beacon kept failing. The things we pulled out of the gears. The footsteps on the metal stairs when both of us were already awake and standing at the bottom. And the reason my phone still rings at 2:12 every few weeks from a station that does not officially exist anymore. If you think you want to know, then keep listening. Just do me one favor. When your house goes completely quiet for a second, do not assume you are the only one enjoying the silence. 1.1 Tacoma, 1:47 a.m. My name is Dan. I am 42 years old. And right now it is 1:47 in the morning in a 1-bedroom apartment in Tacoma, Washington. The green numbers on the stove clock are the brightest thing in the room. 1:47. They throw this sickly glow over the chipped laminate countertop and the pile of unopened mail next to the sink. The fridge to my left is humming just a bit too loud, like it is trying to be part of the conversation. The old window AC in the living room kicks on, rattles the glass, then settles into that familiar low drone. Through the ceiling, my upstairs neighbor's TV leaks down as a muffled buzz of voices and canned laughter. I can't hear the words, just the rhythm of people pretending everything is fine. I am sitting at the small table by the kitchen window with my laptop open, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Outside, the street is wet from an earlier drizzle. Every time a car rolls past, the sound of tires on the damp asphalt rolls up through the cracked blinds, a soft hiss that reminds me of waves over stone whether I want it to or not. Somewhere farther off, a freight train horn drags across the night, low and distant. This is the hour when most people who work days are deep asleep, and most people who work nights are too tired to notice the details. I am somewhere in between, I work nights, but I see every detail. I know I am not supposed to be writing this. Guys like me do not send confessionals to horror channels on YouTube. I am not a writer, not a storyteller, not some bored teenager making things up in the dark. I deal with wires and diesel and control panels. I know how to read voltage, not vibes. For 6 years, my job was simple. Go where the Coast Guard told me, fix whatever stopped working, sign the log, and get home in time to pretend I still had a normal life. Had is the important word there. I could tell this to my ex-wife, I guess. Technically, we are still on speaking terms. She lives across the river now with someone who does not wake up sweating over imaginary phone calls. I could tell a therapist. I even tried that once. You sit in a room with beige walls, drink their complimentary water, listen to the soft tick of the clock, and watch their pupils shrink the second you mention hearing something that is not really there. This story is not for them. This is not for the cops. This is not for the Coast Guard. This is not for any checklist or official report. This is only for whoever sits in front of a microphone, turns off the lights, and reads things like this to strangers at 3 a.m. And for whoever you are on the other side of my voice, listening in your car on a dead highway or in bed with your phone screen 2 inches from your face. If you are listening, I need you to understand something about numbers. There is one time of night that has ruined my sleep. 2:12 a.m., not 3 not midnight, not any of the movie times people love so much. 2:12. Every few weeks, no pattern I can find, my phone lights up at exactly 2:12. Always the same thing on the screen. No caller ID, always the same sequence. The ring, the crawl of fear from my spine to my teeth. Me staring at it and not answering, and then the soft vibration after as it drops a voicemail. The voicemails are never long, 10 seconds, 8. Once it was 3, they are always full of static, but not the clean kind you get when you lose reception on the freeway. This is the older kind, like when you used to spin the dial between AM stations and land in a gap no one owns. There's a rough, tearing hiss, and behind it, something that sounds like a microphone being dragged through water. Underneath that, every time, without fail, there is breathing. I know how crazy that sounds. I know the human brain can make patterns where there are none. But I have listened to those messages on headphones, with the volume barely cracked, standing in the middle of this kitchen while the fridge hums and the AC wheezes and there is no one else in the apartment. It is breathing. Slow and heavy and wrong. It does not sound like someone jogging or someone asleep. It sounds like somebody trying to drag air into a chest that does not want to open. On the worst ones, each inhale has this wet edge to it, as if the air is fighting through liquid. Sometimes you can hear a faint little click at the top of each breath, like teeth touching. And sometimes, buried under all of that, there is another sound. A hollow echo, metal under weight. The soft ring you hear when a steel step flexes under a boot. It is so quiet you only catch it if you are already thinking about it. Once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. And then all you can see in your head is a spiral staircase in a hollow tower, with someone you cannot see moving slowly up or down. I tried to explain this to my ex once, back when I still pretended this could be fixed with rational conversation. She said spam callers can spoof times, can play weird sounds, can mess with your head. She told me to block the number. I told her there is no number to block. The calls do not show up like normal calls. They are just there, stamped into the log like something the phone decided it had to accept. I have changed phones twice since this started. Changed carriers, wiped my accounts. The calls follow whichever device is in my pocket. You probably think I am exaggerating. that would be healthier than the truth. The truth is that somewhere between switching phones, I did the one thing I had been avoiding. I tried to trace one. It was a stupid impulse. Late in the afternoon, sun coming in flat through the blinds, the buzz of a fluorescent bulb flickering over the stove. I opened the call details expecting nothing. No number, no city, just unknown, like always. Instead, there was a single line of text in a place it did not belong. Not a phone number, not a contact name, just a note, a tag. Origin, Station 721, decommissioned. The moment I saw it, every sound in this apartment dropped out of my awareness. The fridge, the AC, the neighbor's TV, traffic outside, all of it fell into the background like someone had thrown a blanket over the world. I knew that label. Not from any app, not from any phone company. I knew it from my old job, from a white tower on a black rock that isn't supposed to exist on any civilian map. That is why I am sitting here at 1:47 a.m. in the glow of my stove clock, writing this to people I will never meet. Because if a decommissioned offshore station can still reach into my call log at 2:12 in the morning, then maybe the only place this story belongs is in a stranger's headphones. Before I tell you about the rock, about the light, and about what we pulled out of the gears, I have to start with the simple part. I picked up a job I should have said no to, and now, every time the world goes quiet for a second, I wait to hear metal under somebody's feet. 1.2. Before Greyhook, the guy I used to be, before the phone calls, before 212 meant anything, I was just a guy who knew how to keep the lights on. I joined the Army at 19 because I did not know what else to do, and I needed to get out of a house where the power bill was a monthly crisis. They trained me as an electrician, not the glamorous kind you see in recruiting commercials. No night vision guns blazing, just a lot of cable, panels, generators, and the hum of things that should never be allowed to stop. I learned quickly that a lot of human confidence is built on the assumption that when you flip something, it will either turn on or stay on. After I got out, around my early 30s, there was not much romantic about where my skills took me. A contractor out of Tacoma picked me up because I had a clean record, could pass a background check, and already knew how to work around military and federal infrastructure without asking too many questions. We were the people who got called when some remote piece of equipment decided to act up where regular utility guys did not like to go. That is how I ended up in the world of Coast Guard support. Not in uniform, not on any recruiting poster, just one more name on a list of civilians who kept the automated parts of the system alive. Radio towers, weather stations, and sometimes lighthouses that were supposed to be smart enough to take care of themselves. If you met me back then, you would not think horror protagonist. You would think guy in the corner of the break room who actually reads the manual. I liked schematics. I liked clear diagrams with little arrows showing where everything should go and what it should do. I liked that a bad connection could be found with a meter and fixed with a wrench. I did not like ghost stories. I did not watch horror movies. Not because I was scared of them, but because they always felt cheap to me, like emotional junk food. Get some music, some shaky camera, and suddenly a drafty house is demonic. I knew exactly how many things in a building can creak or knock without anything supernatural being involved. When you have crawled through enough dark crawl spaces with a headlamp and a mouthful of dust, you stop thinking every sound is special. My memories from those early years on the job are not dramatic. They come in thin slices. There was a foggy harbor in Oregon where we spent 2 days nursing an old diesel generator back to life. The air there smelled like salt and fuel and rotting rope. You could not see more than 20 feet out from the pier. The fog just swallowed the world. Every few minutes, a horn somewhere out in the gray blasted one long note that vibrated in your ribs. I remember standing in a damp concrete room with the generator roaring 3 feet away from me, my hands greasy, my ears ringing, and feeling oddly peaceful. Machines I could trust, noise I could map. There were the late-night drives down Highway 101, my work truck eating up miles of black asphalt between stretches of nothing. I stopped more times than I can count at 24-hour diners that all looked like some variation of the same place. Neon sign buzzing in blue and pink, chrome trim, fogged windows, a bell on the door that rang when you walked in. Inside, there was always a waitress who called you hon, whether you were 20 or 50. Coffee that tasted burnt no matter how fresh the pot, and styrofoam cups if you wanted it to go. The sound in those places was always the same too. The soft hiss of the coffee maker, the sizzle from the grill, the clink of plates, and the low murmur of 2 truckers at the far booth talking about nothing. Our company break rooms all smelled the same, no matter which facility you walked into. Sweat, instant noodles, old coffee, bleach. There was always a vending machine humming against one wall, a microwave that had seen better days ticking as it rotated someone's leftovers, and a table with a ring of old coffee stains nobody ever bothered to wipe off completely. The fluorescent lights in those rooms made everything look a little too sharp, like the edges of reality had been oversaturated. That was my life. Wires, engines, hums, buzzes, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing how to fix things. If you had told me then that years later I would be sitting in my kitchen, writing about a haunted rock, I would have assumed you had me confused with someone else. Greyhook entered my life the way most bad decisions do. As a line of text on a piece of paper, I barely read the first time. I remember the day the work order printed out. The office was a narrow space with too many desks and not enough windows. Just one long strip of glass looking out at a parking lot full of white trucks. The air conditioner was struggling against a late summer heat wave, rattling in the ceiling. The fluorescent fixture above my cubicle had a ballast going bad, so it flickered every so often with a little sizzle that you felt more than heard. I was standing by the big laser printer, because it had a habit of spitting your forms onto the floor if you did not catch them. The machine whirred, the rollers squealed, and a warm sheet slid out onto the tray. I glanced down and saw the header, Work Order, Station 721, Offshore Automated Beacon, west of WA Coast. Under that was a string of numbers and acronyms, coordinates, system IDs, scheduled maintenance codes. What stuck out after a second read was the history section. Remote monitoring, recurrent rotation fault alerts over past 4 months. Diagnostics, no mechanical anomaly detected. Previous on-site inspection, NA. I frowned at that. Recurrent faults with clean diagnostics usually meant a sensor issue, something in the reporting chain, not the hardware itself. But the note at the bottom said, on-site inspection recommended due to continued alerts. Somebody on the Coast Guard side was tired of seeing that station pop up on their screens at odd hours. I walked the printout over to my desk, the weight of it light and meaningless in my hand at the time. Around me, the office noise went on. Phones ringing, keys clicking, someone laughing too loudly down the hall. The smell of burnt coffee from the communal pot drifted over like a cloud. Greyhook again? A voice said behind me. I turned to see Mike, one of the older techs, leaning on the top of my cubicle wall. He had been with the company longer than me, and with another outfit before that. Mike was the kind of guy whose age you could not pin down. He might have been 50, might have been 60, but his hands looked older than his face. I guess, I said, glancing back at the paper. Station 7 to 21. That what you call it? That rock out there, he said, and there was something in his tone that did not match the casual words. He jerked his chin in the vague direction of the ocean, even though the only thing past our office wall was another building and then the freeway. They finally sending somebody? Looks like it, I said. Me and Kyle, 10-day rotation. They want us to check the motor, the controller, everything. The printer behind us ground out another form, the sound like a heavy insect chewing on paper. Overhead, the bad light flickered, went dark for half a second, then buzzed back to life. I half expected someone to bang it with a broom handle the way they sometimes did. For a moment, the usual chit-chat in the office seemed to dip, like the volume had been turned down. Or maybe that was just my memory filling in drama where there was none. I remember hearing a phone stop ringing, mid-tone. "What's the deal with it?" I asked, mostly to fill the silence. "Sensor glitch?" Mike scratched at the stubble on his jaw with a thumbnail. His eyes did not quite meet mine. "On paper," he said, "it's just another automated light that doesn't like being left alone. Reboots itself, throws false faults, that kind of thing." "And off paper?" I asked, a little amused. Superstitions in this line of work usually revolved around weather, not ghosts. He hesitated just long enough for me to notice. The AC clicked off somewhere behind the ceiling tiles, leaving a soft, breathless quiet. "Some places," he said finally, "don't like being touched too many times." That was it. No grin, no wink. He pushed off the cubicle and walked away to go argue with someone about a parts list. A second later, the background noise of the office snapped back up. Someone's ringtone, the clatter of a dropped pen, the wet hiss of coffee being poured into a mug. At the time, I wrote it off as burnout talk from a guy who had spent too many winters fixing things on bleak coastlines. Everyone in this business gets poetic once in a while, especially when they are tired. Now, sitting here with my laptop glowing in the dark and my phone face down on the table next to it, I hear that line in his voice exactly the way he said it, not like a joke, like a warning. 1.3. The first call I didn't make. The first time my phone rang at 2:12 in the morning, I did not think about lighthouses at all. Back then I was still with my wife, or technically we were trying to work things out. That meant I was sleeping on a worn couch in a small rental on the other side of town. The kind of place you take because it is cheap and available, not because you like anything about it. The cushions were permanently flattened in the middle. One of the springs had a click you could feel right between your shoulder blades if you shifted wrong. The carpet smelled faintly of old dog, even though the lease said no pets. It was late winter. I remember that because the heat was on, but barely. The wall heater in the living room kept cycling with a hollow metallic thunk, the kind you feel in your chest more than your ears. The fridge in the little half-kitchen off to the side made its own noises, a low, constant hum punctuated by a rattle every time the compressor kicked in. Above all that, the TV was droning in the background, volume turned down just enough that I could pretend I was not really watching it. It was one of those channels that turns into a graveyard after midnight. Infomercials, medication ads, snippets of some old crime show with canned dramatic music between commercial breaks. I remember a man with perfect white teeth promising me I could own a whole home gym for 3 easy payments, while I lay there under a cheap throw blanket, one sock on, one sock off, somewhere between awake and dead. Sleep, when it came in shallow layers. I have never been a deep sleeper, even before Greyhook, but that couch made it worse. Every time the heater ticked, every time the fridge coughed, I felt it, At some point, the TV cut to black for a second before another commercial, and in that thin slice of darkness, I must have slipped under just enough to count as sleep. I know I was not fully out, because when my phone started ringing, I woke up inside the dream without really leaving it. The ringtone sounded wrong at first, too loud, too sharp against the muffled hush of late-night ads. It took me a second to realize it was not part of the commercial playing. I opened my eyes to a smear of light blue from the TV and the small, bright rectangle of my phone screen on the coffee table. Unknown caller. That was all it said. No number, no city, just white letters on black. My brain did a quick, lazy calculation. Wrong number. Some spam bot. Someone else's emergency. Not mine. The heater thunked again. The fridge sighed. My eyes burned. I let it ring. It rang longer than usual, or it felt that way. The sound seemed to fill the whole room, crowding out the low murmur of the television and the hum of the appliances. I remember thinking, just pick up or hang up, come on, make up your mind. Then it stopped. The silence flooded back in, thick and a little too complete, and the TV rushed up to fill it with the tail end of a car commercial. I rolled over on the couch, pulled the blanket up higher over my neck, and let myself sink that extra inch into sleep. By the time the sun came through the slats of the blinds a few hours later, the call had already slid into that part of the night where half-remembered things go to fade. I did not check my voicemail first thing. I showered, listening to the pipes groan behind the walls. I dressed in the half-dark, pulling on work pants that always smelled faintly of metal and dust, no matter how many times they went through the wash. I poured coffee that tasted like burnt cardboard into a chipped mug and drank it standing up in the kitchen while the morning news talked about traffic on I-5 and rain chances along the coast. Only when I grabbed my phone off the counter to head out did I notice the small red dot over the voicemail icon. One new message. I almost ignored it. Most of the voicemails I got were from supervisors reminding me about schedule changes, or from my wife back when she still called to ask if I was going to make it to some appointment or dinner. But the unknown caller from the night flashed across my mind, and some part of me was curious enough to tap. The automated voice did its monotone introduction. You have one new message. Then a click, and the world narrowed to the tiny speaker pressed against my ear. At first, I thought it was just empty, a deadline. There was a rush of static, the familiar white hiss like an old TV stuck between channels. I was about to pull the phone away when something shifted under the noise, like someone adjusting a microphone in another room. Then I heard a sound that might have been a word. It was short, half-formed, swallowed by the static as soon as it came. It could have been here. It could have been here. It could have been nothing more than my brain trying to make sense of random noise. It came and went so fast that if I had not been listening with the kind of attention reserved for bad news, I might have missed it entirely. After that, there was a pause. In that pause, under the hiss, something metallic rang very softly, a thin, hollow clang, like a small piece of steel being struck somewhere inside a larger empty space. Not a bell, not a pan, something more structural. A step, maybe. A railing. Something halfway between a tone and a vibration. Following it, faint but unmistakable, was a dragging noise. I do not know how else to describe it. Not footsteps, not a scrape like chair legs. It sounded like something heavy and wet being pulled slowly across a rough surface. The kind of sound you feel in the back of your throat, like your body recognizes it from somewhere older than memory. The message cut off right in the middle of that sound. No caller, no goodbye. just the sudden switch back to the robotic voicemail system telling me end of new messages. I stood there in the tiny kitchen of that rental, the sunlight making dust float in the air, the fridge humming behind me. The heater clicked as it cooled, even though I had turned it off. The TV in the other room was dark. The only thing moving was that sound, playing again and again in my head. I replayed the message twice, turning the volume up the second time. Same static, same half-syllable of a word that refused to become clear. Same quiet ring and drag. By the third listen, my mind had already started cataloging ordinary explanations, crossed lines, wrong numbers, glitches in the system. Weird spam. The human brain hates loose ends. It will tie them into whatever knots it can find. I did what most people would do. I deleted it. I slid the phone into my pocket, grabbed my keys, and went to work. I did not think about lighthouses. I did not think about rocks in the ocean or the names of stations printed on forms in my drawer. The call became another piece of background noise in a life full of buzzes and beeps and things demanding attention. It was only later, years later, when I had changed phones and cities and jobs, when I thought I had put all of that behind me, that the first call came back like something rising through dark water. I had just upgraded to a new phone. The old one had a cracked screen and a battery that died if you looked at it wrong. I sat at this same kitchen table, the one in Tacoma, following the migration prompts as all my information swam from one device into the other. Contacts, photos, apps, call logs, call. The progress bar crept along while the fridge hummed and the fluorescent bulb over the sink buzzed faintly. When it was done, I opened the call history more out of habit than anything else. Scrolling through the familiar list of names and numbers, buried in there, marked without a number, were entries just labeled unknown. I tapped one, then another, details, timestamps, duration. On one of them, from years back, right around the time I was sleeping on that couch, there was an extra line I had never seen before. Not a phone number, not a location, a tag. Origin, Station 721. Underneath that, in parentheses, a word that made the hair on my arms rise even though the room was warm. Decommissioned. The phone felt heavier in my hand for a second, like it was full of seawater. I scrolled. More entries, different dates, same origin. That is when all the little loose ends I had cut off in my head started tying themselves together without my permission. The raincoat scrap, the yellow sleeve, the clump of hair, the way the beacon froze at the same time every night, the silence in the tower, the sound of wet weight on metal steps, the first call I had not answered, and the ones that had followed. I am not a superstitious man. I still believe in loose wires and bad circuits and human error more than I believe in curses. But I know this. Those calls did not start until after Greyhook. They do not come from any number I can block. And the system, whatever part of it sees farther than I do, thinks they originate from a station that no longer exists on any chart I can access. So when I say this all goes back to one 10-day job, I am not being poetic. I am just following the line on the diagram back to where it started. If I had just refused that assignment, maybe my phone would be quiet at 2:12. But I said yes, and I stepped onto that rock. That is where this actually starts. 2. 1. Orders on the office printer. When I think back to Greyhook, I do not start with the ocean or the tower or the way the wind sounded inside that concrete shell. I start with paper. The day the job became real was a Tuesday afternoon in late August, in an office that might as well have been anywhere in the country. Beige walls, scuffed linoleum, a row of mismatched desks facing a parking lot full of white trucks. The air conditioner in the ceiling was struggling against the heat, cycling on and off with a tired wheeze. Every time it kicked in, the fluorescent lights over our row of cubicles buzzed a little louder, like they were complaining about having to stay awake. I was standing next to the big laser printer, the old gray one that took up an entire corner like a sulking animal. When it was going, you could smell the hot toner in the air, a sharp, plasticky tang that stuck in the back of your throat. It whirred and clanked and sucked in sheets from the feed tray, like it wanted to eat them instead of print them. A stack of work orders slid out, still warm. I flipped through until I saw my name near the top of one. The heading had that familiar blocky font we used for anything official. Assignment, Station 721, offshore automated beacon west of WA coast. Underneath were lines of text that would have bored anyone who did not live in this world. System IDs, maintenance codes, estimated time on site. The summary read like a checklist I had seen 100 times. Verify beacon rotation and timing. Inspect motor assembly and gear train for wear or obstruction. Test solar array output and battery bank capacity. Service diesel backup generator and fuel supply. Inspect control boards, relays, and safety interlocks. "What's the damage?" a voice said behind me. I turned. It was my supervisor, Rick, leaning in the doorway to the copy room with a mug that said, "World's okayest boss." He was in his 50s, belly hanging a little over his belt, tie already loosened. He had the squint of a man who spent too many years looking into fluorescent light and engine compartments. 10 days offshore, I said, scanning the dates. Gray hook light. Ah, he said, dragging the sound out. Station out on the rock. Lucky you. Just you and the gulls, man. Enjoy the view. I snorted. You know I don't get paid extra for the view, right? He sipped his coffee, grimaced. You get overtime? Per diem? Fresh air? What more do you want? Ground under my feet that doesn't move, I said. But sure, whatever keeps the lights turning. He clapped the door jamb twice with his palm, like that settled it. Take Kyle with you. They want 2 bodies on that one. Rotation error's been pinging the Coast Guard screens for months, and the brass is starting to feel itchy. Go out, pat the light, tell it it's doing great, come back. That was how Gray Hook was presented to me. Not as a mystery, not as a problem, just as a glitchy piece of hardware annoying the wrong people. Kyle found me 10 minutes later at my desk, waving his own copy of the order like a flyer. We're going on vacation, he announced. He was in his mid-30s then, a couple of years younger than me, with the permanent baseball cap tan line and the kind of stubble that always looked like it was on purpose. His hard hat never sat straight on his head. There was a Mountain Dew can in his hand, condensation forming a ring on the paper he set it on. Vacation, I said. You do know there's no bar on that rock, right? He dropped into the chair beside my desk, boots hitting the tile with a heavy smack. Kyle's boots always sounded too loud indoors, like they were meant for somewhere rougher than office floors. 10 days away from my landlord and my ex, he said. No traffic, no email, just you, me, and one very needy flashlight. That's practically a spa. I rolled my eyes, but I felt that small flicker of agreement you get when someone else frames your workload as something survivable. It's fully automated, I said, tapping the work order. Beacon, controller, the whole thing. Supposed to babysit itself? Supposed to, he echoed. So why send the dream team? I pointed to the line in the notes section. Recurrent rotation fault alerts without identifiable mechanical cause. Remote system says the light stutters every so often, but the self-diagnostics show clean. They're tired of looking at false alarms. He leaned over, read, shrugged. So we go out there, we recalibrate, change a few parts, sign off, and let the fancy software know Daddy checked under the bed for monsters. Easy money. That was Kyle. Not superstitious, not serious. Always one joke away from diffusing his own anxiety. He was good at the work, though. He could trace a wiring problem through a panel faster than almost anyone I knew, and he had an instinct for when a motor sounded wrong even before the readings proved it. "Where even is this thing?" he asked, squinting at the coordinates. "Off the coast," I said. "West of here, on its own piece of rock. No dock, so Coast Guard has to drop us on a ledge when the water's high enough. There's a generator shed, a battery house, and the tower. That's it. No dock, no bar, no neighbors," Kyle said. "Perfect. Less chance of someone complaining when I snore." In the official description, Grey Hook Light was just another entry in the network of aids to navigation up and down the coast. Fully automated marine beacon, solar array charging a battery bank, diesel generator backup for bad weather. Tower height and light range calculated to keep ships off an unremarkable hazard. On paper, it was boring. Necessary, but boring. The sort of place you go once every year or two. Tighten some bolts. Scrape off some rust. Maybe swap out a controller board if it is getting flaky. Then forget about until the next line of text shows up in your queue. That was how I thought of it as we moved from paper to prep. The loading bay out back was cavernous, concrete echoing under every footstep. Overhead doors rattled in their tracks as the afternoon wind pressed against them. Forklifts beeped as they swung past, forks clanking, pallets of parts wrapped in crinkling plastic. The air smelled like exhaust, rubber, and that faint metallic tang of tools that have been used hard and put away dirty. Kyle and I worked through the checklist with the casual rhythm of people who have done this 100 times. Coil of heavy gauge cable? Check. Tool chests? Check. Portable test equipment? Replacement relays? Spare fuses? A couple of controller boards and static bags just in case. Personal gear. Hard hats, harnesses, rain gear, gloves. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be a 3-day fix, Kyle said, snapping his duffel bag shut. Get sent home early. You ever known them to pay for a 10-day rotation and then cut it short? I asked. Let me have dreams, Dan, he said. We were sliding a heavy crate of parts onto a pallet when I felt someone fall into step behind me. Not physically, just that old animal sense of being watched that makes the hairs on your neck lift. I turned my head. It was one of the senior techs, the same older guy who had commented on Grey Hook when my work order first came off the printer. Mike. He wasn't carrying anything, just walking past with a clipboard and a faraway look. You're doing Grey Hook? He said, not quite a question. Yeah, I answered. We leave in the morning. He nodded slowly, eyes flicking to the pallet, to the duffels, to the big orange cases with our test equipment. The overhead door banged as a gust of wind hit it, the sound echoing into the bay. Make sure you lock everything, he said. Kyle snorted. We always do, man. Mike's gaze slid from him back to me. No, he said quietly. I mean everything. Doors, hatches, closets. Every latch you see, you close it. Every time. There was nothing in his tone you could point to as dramatic. No trembling, no chuckle to make it a joke. Just that simple instruction, set down in the same voice he would use to tell you to torque a bolt correctly so it would not shear off later. Why? I asked, too lightly. Gulls learning to pick locks now? He shrugged one shoulder, looking away toward the open bay where a forklift was backing up. beeper squealing. "Wind's weird out there," he said. "Gets into places it shouldn't. That's all." Then he moved on, his boots scuffing the concrete, clipboard tucked back under his arm. Kyle waited until he was out of earshot, then mimed locking an invisible door, rolling his eyes. "Ooh, spooky wind," he whispered. "Maybe we'll get haunted by a pissed-off weather pattern." I laughed, because it was easier to drop it into the box of workplace superstition than to take it seriously. The beeping of the forklifts, the rattle of the doors, the crash of a dropped wrench all flowed back into their usual background noise. But later, when the only wind I could hear was howling down a hollow concrete stairwell and pressing wet fingers under the cracks of sealed doors, that one line would float back up: "Make sure you lock everything." Back then, in the loading bay, with the lights buzzing overhead and the smell of hot toner still clinging faintly to the paper in my hand, it landed in my memory and stayed there, small and out of place, like a bit of grit in a gear that had not jammed yet. 2-2, the ride out. We met the boat before the sun was fully up. The Coast Guard dock sat at the edge of a small harbor along the Washington coast, a mix of utility and tired paint. Sodium lights on tall poles still glowed a dull orange against the fading dark, turning the water beneath them into shifting bands of brown and black. Beyond the breakwater, the ocean was just a flat, gray suggestion. The air was cold enough to bite the inside of your nose. You could smell diesel and salt and some older sour smell from the fish-handling buildings farther down. Gulls circled overhead, crying and squabbling, their calls cutting clean through the growl of engines. Our ride was a small cutter, not one of the big ships you see in recruiting posters. White hull, red diagonal slash, cabin windows streaked with salt. The deck was cluttered with coils of rope, metal cleats bolted to the edges, a couple of orange life rings lashed to the rails. The diesel engines idled with a steady rumble that you felt in your knees before you heard it. A PA speaker mounted under the dock office eave crackled and spat out a distorted voice, calling someone else to muster. It buzzed in and out, never quite clear, like it was already half lost to the wind. Kyle and I hauled our bags and cases down the gangway, boots clanging on the metal. The boat rocked gently under our weight. A young-looking crewman in a watch cap and bright orange survival suit took one end of a tool case from me. "Gray Hook?" he asked, more statement than question. "Yeah," I said. "Station 721. He nodded, jerking his head toward the bow. "Stow your gear forward. We'll be underway in 5. I followed Kyle along the side deck. The rails were cold through my gloves, metal sweating in the morning damp. We slid our duffels and hard-sided equipment cases into a space near the cabin bulkhead, lashing them to fixed rings with short lengths of rope so they would not slide if the sea got rough. The sound of the harbor was a layered thing, the slap of the wake from another boat turning in the basin, the clank of metal hooks as a crew on a neighboring dock secured a line, the sharp, bird-like squeal of a block taking tension. Somewhere, a forklift beeped as it backed up. Even this early, the sound faint but insistent. "Last chance to run," Kyle muttered, flipping his cap backward and cracking open a can of Mountain Dew with a hiss. "You're going to regret drinking that if the water gets choppy," I said. He grinned. "I regret everything eventually. Might as well be caffeinated." We cast off with efficient, practiced motions. Lines were slipped from cleats and hauled in, coiled neatly. An older man with a beard trimmed down to regulation stubble stood behind the wheel in the cabin, one hand on the throttle, the other occasionally tossing a gesture toward his crew. The cutter eased away from the dock, the engines deepening in pitch. The hull leaned as we turned, then straightened as we cleared the harbor mouth. The slap of water against the sides sharpened into a rhythmic impact as the boat's speed increased. The wake unfurling behind us in two white trails that slowly dissolved into the gray. I stood by the portside rail, one gloved hand looped loosely through it, duffel bag pressed against my leg. The wind coming off the water had a different quality than the air on shore. Cleaner, but also emptier somehow. Salt stung the back of my throat. Diesel exhaust wrapped around us in warm, oily breaths whenever the breeze shifted. Inside the cabin, through the glass, I could see the radio operator wearing a headset, one ear cup tilted back. The VHF crackled and popped every so often, letting through snatches of other voices. Boat names, coordinates, weather reports. Visibility, 2 miles and dropping. Copy. Barometer steady. It all washed together with the engine noise, a constant background murmur. The land behind us blurred into a smudge of darker gray against the lighter gray of the sky. Low cliffs, a few scattered houses, some trees. Then even that started to flatten, swallowed by a horizon that seemed to stretch farther away the longer you stared at it. "How far out is this thing?" Kyle asked, coming to stand next to me. His breath made little white ghosts in the air. "Little over an hour in these conditions," I said, "if the seas stay kind." He looked out at the flat water, shivered theatrically. "I'm not seeing any welcome mats." "Automated stations don't care if you feel welcome," I said. "They care if you can keep them spinning." He laughed, but it did not carry far. The wind took most of it. We did not talk much after that. There is a certain quiet that settles over people on a small boat, heading out to a single point in the middle of an empty chart. You feel the distance growing under you in a way that is hard to describe. Every shudder of the hull reminds you that, for all the metal and engineering and training, you are riding a fragile shell over something very deep and very indifferent. Time stretched. The sky stayed an unbroken lid of cloud, the same shade of gray as the sea, so the horizon line blurred. Occasionally, a darker shape would appear and vanish, another vessel far off, a buoy, a piece of drift. The cold found its way into my jacket slowly, like it was picking locks. The first sight of Greyhook came almost by accident. I was watching a line of foam where two currents met when a shape rose behind it, small at first, just a tooth breaking the surface. "There!" the coxswain called from the cabin. "On your 1 o'clock." I followed his gesture. The rock came into focus piece by piece as we approached. It was not dramatic, not some towering island out of a painting, just a jagged, elongated lump of dark stone sticking out of the water, maybe the size of a football field, its sides slick and black where the waves had polished them. On the highest point, the tower stood. It was a cylinder of white-painted concrete rising out of a square base, about 50 feet tall, maybe more. Rust streaks ran down from old bolts and seams, painting dirty tears down its sides. At the top, the glass housing of the beacon glinted faintly under the dull sky, slow and steady as it turned even in daylight. Beside it, crouched lower and closer to the waterline, was the generator shed, a rectangular box of metal and concrete with a sloped roof. A fat exhaust pipe jutted up from its back corner, black-stained, like something had been breathing out smoke there for years. A little farther from both structures, closer to our approach side, there was a circular concrete pad, cracked and salt-spotted. An old helipad, by the look of it, long since given up on. No trees, no grass, no soil, just rock, concrete, metal. Everything else was water. As we came closer, the details sharpened. Patches of greenish algae clung to the lower rock faces where the waves reached. Brown lines higher up showed storm surge marks. The base of the tower had graffiti on one side. Faded initials, dates, someone's idea of a joke. But the salt had worn most of it away into smears. "Looks cozy," Kyle said, though his voice had lost some of its earlier enthusiasm. The cutter slowed, engines throttling back. The bow rose and fell more noticeably now as the swells hit us at a different angle. The slap of water against the hull became a heavier thud. I heard, somewhere beneath and within that sound, a deeper noise. The dull boom of waves hitting underwater cavities in the rock, air compressing and releasing like a slow, wet heartbeat. There was no dock, just as the paperwork had promised. Only a low concrete ledge built into one side of the rock, barely above the current waterline, with a few metal rings bolted into it for lines. When the boat edged in alongside, the deck and the ledge were nearly level, but the gap between them opened and closed with every swell. "Timing," the coxswain said, half to himself. "Get your gear ready." A crewman tossed a line to the bow, another to the stern, looping them through the rings on the ledge and taking up slack. The rope creaked under tension. The metal cleats on our deck clanked as they were loaded. The world narrowed to the 3-foot space between boat and rock and the rhythm of the sea trying to open that space wider. "All right," the coxswain called, looking at us. "When I say go, you go. One man at a time. Don't hesitate mid-air. I do not want to fish anyone out this morning." Kyle and I each grabbed a duffel in one hand, a hard case in the other. I could feel my heart pick up in my chest. Not from fear exactly, but from the body's natural protest at stepping off something, moving onto something solid that might move even more. The boat rose. The ledge dipped. For a moment, they were out of sync. Then the next wave rolled under us and brought them back into alignment, close enough that you could imagine the two surfaces kissing. "Go!" the coxswain barked. Kyle jumped first, his boots hitting the concrete with a heavy smack, knees bending to absorb the landing. I went second, following his rhythm, stepping over the narrow slice of churning green below. For an instant, the air between boat and rock felt colder than everything else. Then my feet were on the ledge, the rock hard and unforgiving under the thin rubber soles of my work boots. I could feel the vibration of the waves through it, faint but present, like the whole island was humming. We shuffled down the ledge a few feet to make room as the crew passed our remaining gear across. Cases thudded onto the concrete. The spray from a larger wave slapped the side of the rock and misted my face with freezing salt water. Behind us, the generator shed loomed like a crouched animal. The tower rose beyond it, white and mute, the slow turning of the lens at its top almost invisible from this angle, only a suggestion of movement behind glass. "Welcome to Greyhook," Kyle said under his breath. The lines were released, one by one, snapping back onto the boat. The cutter's engines revved, pushing it away from the rock. The distance between us and the only easy ride back widened with every second. "Hey!" the coxswain called, leaning out of the cabin window as they pulled off. "Radio if you need anything, but don't expect miracles if the fog rolls in." I raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Copy that." He hesitated, then added almost as an afterthought, "We lost a mast up here once. Wind comes from directions that don't exist." Kyle glanced at me, eyebrows up. I felt a short, automatic laugh leave my throat, the kind you pick out of a social reflex bag when you do not know what else to do with a sentence like that. At the time, it sounded like nothing more than sailor talk, the kind of half-joke people make about bad luck to make it smaller than it feels. Now, When I replay that moment in my head, with the dull boom of water under the rock and the hum of the tower behind me, it sounds a lot more like the first clear warning I chose not to hear. 2, 3. First nights, first silence. The first thing I noticed inside Greyhook was how much it felt like a throat. The ground floor of the tower was a round, concrete room with a ceiling just low enough that you felt it. Even if you were not actually in danger of hitting your head, the walls were bare, the paint stained in streaks where moisture had worked its way through hairline cracks over the years. Metal shelving lined one curve of the wall, loaded with old parts, cleaning supplies, and a few plastic bins that had lost their labels long ago. In the center of the room, off to one side, a squat metal cabinet hummed steadily under a layer of dust. That was the inverter and distribution panel for the tower. Against the opposite wall, bolted to the floor on a rubber pad, sat the diesel generator, a boxy beast that looked like every other generator I had ever met. Chipped green paint, grease around the hinges, exhaust pipe disappearing up through the ceiling. Even idle, it carried a kind of potential vibration, like a big animal sleeping light. The concrete under my boots had that faint, constant tremor you get in any structure directly connected to running machinery. It is not enough to throw you off balance. It is just enough to make you feel like the floor has a pulse. The spiral staircase rose from the middle of the room like a spine. Steel treads with a grippy pattern bolted into a central column, railings welded along the outer edge. When I put my weight on the first step, it squeaked, a high, quick sound, almost embarrassed. Kyle followed, his boots heavier than mine, each step answering with a slightly different note as we began to climb. Halfway up to the next level, there was a small landing with a narrow window cut into the thick wall. The glass was cloudy and salt-streaked, so the world outside came through as shapes and light more than anything else. You could see the horizon as a flat smudge, the water below beating itself to froth against the rock, a few white flecks of gulls riding the air. The wind made a low, rushing sound against the glass, like someone exhaling on the other side. "Home, sweet home," Kyle said behind me, breathing a little harder. The second level was more of an afterthought than a room. A circular space with a low ceiling, old cabinets pushed up against the walls, their metal sides bloomed with rust. It smelled of dust and old paper and something faintly chemical, like old cleaning fluid that had long since dried. A bare bulb hung from a conduit in the center, dark for now because we had not flipped the right breaker. On one side of this room, set into the curved wall, was a maintenance closet door. It had been painted the same color as the wall at some point, but the paint was flaking away, revealing an older coat underneath. A padlock hung from the latch, brown with corrosion. I tried it out of habit. It did not budge. "Locked?" Kyle asked. "Yeah," I said, letting it go. "Probably just junk behind it." I made a mental note to find the key later, then promptly let that note sink under a dozen other tasks in my head. We went up again. The staircase here felt narrower, though I think that was more in my mind than the actual measurements. The air cooled as we rose, the concrete sweating a little more. My boots squeaked on the metal treads in a rhythm that started to feel too loud. The beacon room at the top was like stepping into the eye of something. The walls there were mostly glass, panels set into a metal frame all the way around. Outside, the world was an unbroken circle of gray sea and gray sky. Inside, occupying the center of the room like a giant glass heart, was the lens assembly. A massive rotating Fresnel lens, its facets catching what little light there was and throwing it back in distorted glimmers. Beneath it, on a steel platform, The motor and gear assembly hummed quietly. There was an electric buzz from the main drive, a softer whine from the rotation motor itself, and every so often, the precise click of a limit switch as the system confirmed it was still making its rounds. The whole unit turned slowly, majestically indifferent to our arrival. Standing there, we could feel the movement more than see it at first. Our eyes had to anchor onto a particular piece of metal or glass, track it as it glided in an arc. Then, suddenly, you could not unsee it. The entire lens was a calm, continuous motion, sweeping its light over the empty sea even in daylight, like a hand endlessly waving at nothing. We did what we always did. We checked the control panel mounted to one side of the room. LED indicators all steady, no faults. We went back down, traced wiring runs, opened junction boxes, inspected for corrosion. On the ground floor, we checked the switchboards, tested the transfer between solar and battery, ran the generator under load, and listened for any unevenness in its voice. We cleaned what needed cleaning, tightened what needed tightening. The first 2 days fell into a rhythm that would have been almost soothing, if not for how isolated the beat was. We kept a log on a clipboard, writing down voltages, currents, temperatures. Every few hours, I would take readings on the batteries, making sure the solar array was feeding them properly in the thin, overcast light. Kyle checked the fuel supply for the generator, testing the return lines, looking for leaks. We opened up the rotation motor on day 2, cleaned the old grease out of the bearings, applied fresh, checked gear teeth under a flashlight beam. We ate sitting on a crate in the ground floor room, backs against the cool concrete. Our meals were as basic as the surroundings. Soup heated in a small microwave we had brought. The unit whirring and ticking on an extension cord, its turntable audibly struggling with the uneven plastic bowls. Crackers from a crinkling sleeve. Coffee made in a battered metal French press we both swore was older than either of us. Sometimes, while we ate, we would put on music from Kyle's tiny Bluetooth speaker, thin sound that seemed embarrassed to be in such an echoing space. Little country songs, some classic rock, whatever playlist he had downloaded for offline use. The generator's thrum underneath it all made it feel like we were listening to someone else's radio through a wall. The only other voice was the Coast Guard on the VHF unit mounted by the inverter. Channel 16 stayed on a low volume, a constant wash of static and broken words. Now and then, a call for a fishing boat, a weather update, a terse exchange of coordinates. Nothing that concerned us directly. We were just one more anonymous point of infrastructure in a system full of them. At night, the world shrank. After sunset, the circle of glass at the top of the tower became a halo. The beam cut through the dark in slow, steady sweeps. Down below, we rolled out our sleeping bags on the ground floor, side by side in the one relatively open space between shelves and equipment. We turned off the overhead light and let the emergency LEDs give the room a dim green cast. The generator's voice deepened at night, or maybe that was just how it felt. When the wind came up, it added another layer, a constant low roar outside that sometimes found the smallest gaps in the structure and made a quiet whine in them. I strained my ears the first night for other sounds, ship engines in the distance, horns, the occasional sky crack of a jet. I did not hear any, just the machinery we had brought and the wind circling the rock. The emptiness hit me more on the second night. Past midnight, something in the quality of the dark changed. Time lost shape a little. It was as if, after a certain hour, everything that did not absolutely need to exist went to sleep and left us there humming to ourselves. I lay in my bag on my back, eyes closed, listening. The generator thrummed under the floor in a steady, comforting way. The VHF gave a soft crackle now and then. Above us, through the concrete and steel, I could feel the faint tremor of the rotation motor as it turned the lens in its endless circle. Every 10 seconds or so, a diffused stripe of light would slide across the gap at the bottom of the door leading to the stairs, pass over the floor, and wash weakly over the inside of my eyelids. I found myself counting without meaning to. Not seconds exactly, but cycles. Hum, whine, faint click, glow. Hum, whine, faint click, glow. It was like being rocked to sleep by a mechanical lullaby, the same few notes over and over. At some point, I drifted. Sleep in a place like that is not a clean, broken line between on and off. It is more like a dimmer switch someone keeps nudging up and down. I would sink, then float back up toward wakefulness whenever the wind changed pitch or Kyle shifted in his bag. The beam continued its slow patrol above us, its rhythm so regular that if it had suddenly stopped, I think my heart would have noticed before my brain did. That is exactly what happened. In the middle of the second night, I woke up not because of a sound, but because something that should have been there was missing. I lay very still, trying to identify it. The generator was still humming, a low, patient vibration under my spine. The wind smoothed itself around the tower, hissing when it found an edge. Somewhere, inside the walls, a pipe ticked as it adjusted to the temperature. But the pattern I had unconsciously built my drifting around, the soft whine of the rotation motor, the faint click, the glow washing through the crack under the door every 10 seconds, was gone. My eyes opened to a room that felt wrong. The emergency LEDs still glowed dimly, casting their weak green. The dark under the stairwell door was just dark, not periodically lighter then darker again. It was a solid, unblinking absence. I lifted my head, heartbeat already up. The inverter panel's small display threw a cold blue light from across the room. The numbers there were a familiar little comfort, proof that the tower still had power. As I rolled onto one elbow, my gaze caught the time readout. 02:14 a.m. The hum of the generator rumbled on. The wind sighed. Somewhere far above, the beacon should have been sweeping the sea in its slow, indifferent circle. Instead, the air above us felt still. 3.1. The blue raincoat scrap. I lay there for maybe 10 seconds, listening to that wrongness. The generator hummed under the floor like a big, sleeping animal. The wind breathed around the tower, but the pattern that had been lulling me on and off to sleep, the soft whine of the rotation motor, the faint click of its limit switch, the periodic wash of light under the door, was gone. "Hey," I said into the dark. My voice came out rough, too loud in my own ears. "Kyle," he groaned, then sucked in a breath. "What?" "The light's not turning." There was a pause while his brain played catch-up. Then I heard the rustle of his sleeping bag, the zip of the zipper. "You sure?" he muttered. "Yeah," I said. "Listen." We both stayed still. If the lighthouse had been a person, it felt like it was holding its breath with us. "Shit," he said finally. "All right." We got up by feel, orienting ourselves by the weak glow of the inverter display and the emergency LEDs. I shrugged into my jacket and grabbed my flashlight from the crate we were using as a nightstand. The beam cut a hard tunnel through the greenish dim. The door to the stairwell made a soft, sucking sound when I opened it, like it did not want to let go of the frame. Cool air slid down from the upper levels, carrying a faint smell of salt and machine oil. The beam of my flashlight picked out the metal steps spiraling up, catching on the grime in the grooves. Every small sound suddenly mattered. Our boots rang on the treads as we climbed. each step a distinct note in the hollow of the tower. My breathing sounded too loud in my own head, that slight roughness at the end of each exhale. Kyle's hand brushed the railing now and then, skin on cold metal making a soft, dragging squeak. The tower amplified everything and fed it back to us with just enough delay that I kept wondering if someone else was climbing behind us. On the intermediate landing, I glanced at the small window. Outside was just black, a dense kind of dark you only get far from land, where there are no stray streetlights or house windows to make the sky look lighter. The glass reflected a ghost image of my own face back at me, pale and distorted, flashlight beam flaring off one edge. We went up the last flight. The door to the beacon room had a heavy handle and a tight seal. I put my palm against it for a second before turning it. It felt cold, but not unusual. I twisted the latch and pushed. The motor noise hit me first. It was still running, a soft, steady whine from somewhere under the floor of the lantern room, paired with the faint electric buzz from the transformer. In a way, that was worse than silence. Something was trying to move. Something else was refusing to let it. The big lens sat where it always did, occupying the center of the room like a frozen swirl of glass. But it was not turning. The beam was on, white light burning steady inside the assembly. But it was throwing the same slice of illumination out to sea over and over instead of sweeping. From our angle, that meant the same fat bar of brightness lay across the water to the northeast, unmoving. Mechanical fault? Kyle said, voice subdued despite the familiarity of the situation. Let's see, I muttered. We both knew the layout by then. I knelt by the motor housing, feeling the subtle vibration through the steel. The drive was energized. The fault was higher up, something in the gear train between the motor and the pedestal that carried the lens. There is a narrow access gap where you can reach into the base of the assembly to clear debris or grease a coupling. I had done it before at other towers, felt the smooth metal, the occasional grime. It is not a fun job. Tight space, a lot of sharp edges, but it is straightforward. I clicked my flashlight off and set it aside, freeing both hands. The beacon's main lamp provided enough light to see by up close. The glass facets around it bent and warped it into bright strips and dim pockets. Kill power? Kyle asked. Motor's not strong enough to crush my hand, I said, and it's already stalled. Leave it. I want to feel what it's fighting. I eased my arm into the gap, fingers searching. The metal was slick in places from lubricant, dry in others. For a moment, all I felt was the familiar shapes of the housing, the curve of a coupling. Then my fingertips brushed against something that did not belong in a machine at all. It was soft at first touch, then resistant in that way synthetic fabric is when it is soaked through. My skin slid along it instead of gripping. It had a temperature that felt wrong, cold, but not the clean cold of metal. A clammy chill, like something that had been underwater too long. The smell hit me a second later, riding up out of the access gap and into my face. Salt, thick and concentrated. Mildew, that sour, furring scent of things that have stayed wet in the dark. Underneath those was a third note, thin and sharp, like old fish caught between your teeth. I recoiled instinctively, banging my knuckles on the edge of the housing. The motor made a tiny change in pitch, then settled back. What? Kyle said, stepping closer. You okay? There's something jammed in here, I said. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Cloth, I think. Bird, he suggested. Some seagull got in and took a ride? There are no feathers, I said, and the door was sealed. I took a breath through my mouth, tried to steady myself, and reached in again. This time I grabbed the thing on purpose. The fabric squished a little under my fingers, heavy and waterlogged. I had to work it back and forth to get it free of whatever it was caught on. When it finally gave, it came loose with a sound that was almost like a kiss, a wet suction pop against the metal. I pulled my arm out and stood, breathing harder than the effort warranted. In my hand was a chunk of dark blue material, maybe the size of a hand towel. It was clearly part of a raincoat or slicker, the synthetic kind with a faint crosshatch weave. The outer surface shiny where it was not dull with grime. The edges were jagged, not cut clean, more like torn. Water dripped from it onto the steel floor, fat drops that fell slower than they should have, as if reluctant. The smell coming off it was worse now that it was in open air. Salt and mildew and something else. Something older, rotted, like seaweed that has been sitting in the sun too long, cooked into the rocks. Kyle wrinkled his nose. "Damn," he said. "What the hell?" He reached out and poked it with one gloved finger. The fabric sagged, then held. It had weight to it, more than a dry scrap should. "Did you bring a blue raincoat?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He looked at me like I had asked if he brought a tuxedo. "No, all my stuff's in the bunk room. You saw it." "Orange Company slickers," I said. "High-vis yellow. That's all we got on the inventory." He nodded slowly. "And the last crew would have had the same issue supply, right? We don't stock custom fashion out here." I tried to imagine a scenario in which a chunk of someone's coat ended up jammed into the base of an automated lens assembly in a locked room. None of them made sense. The beacon room door locked from the inside of the stairwell. The hatch that led out to the narrow catwalk encircling the lantern was bolted tight, and we had not unsealed it yet. There was no open window, no broken glass, no sign that anything living had found its way in. Could it have blown in? Kyle suggested after a moment, though he did not sound convinced. "From where?" I said. "Through what?" We both looked at the door, the intact windows, the solid seams of the room. The motor whined a little more loudly under our feet, protesting the strain of turning against nothing now that the obstruction was gone. I stepped over and flipped the manual reset on the controller panel. There was a clunk as a relay snapped. Then the sound evened out. Slowly, the massive lens gave a tiny shudder and began to move, resuming its slow rotation like a giant deciding to roll over in its sleep. The beam swept across the water again, as if nothing had interrupted it. "Bag that," I said, nodding at the blue scrap. "We'll take a look at it in better light. Maybe there's a tag, a logo, something." Kyle grimaced but nodded. We did not exactly have a biohazard protocol for mysterious clothing, so we improvised. I found an empty, heavy-duty trash bag in one of the supply bins on the second level and held it open while he dropped the fabric in. It made a wet thump at the bottom. Back on the ground floor, the generator hummed like always. The vibration through the concrete felt the same, but I could not shake the idea that the whole tower was waiting to see what we did with the thing we had just pulled out of its throat. We stepped out of the tower into the narrow passageway between it and the generator shed. The morning sky was brightening somewhere behind the clouds, turning the air a lighter shade of gray. The sea crashed against the rock, sending up bursts of spray that smelled cleaner than whatever was in the bag. I carried the bag by its twisted top, holding it away from my leg. The plastic was cold and damp where the scrap touched it from inside. At the far side of the generator shed, there was a small concrete pad we had been using as a kind of temporary staging area for trash and scrap we would haul off at the end of the job. A rusty barrel sat there, empty, waiting for things to be thrown away. I dropped the bag next to it. The sound it made when it hit the concrete was heavier than it should have been. A wet slap followed by a faint crackle of plastic. "Trash day," Kyle said behind me, trying for levity. "Yeah," I said, but my voice came out thin. We stood there for a second, the wind pulling at our jackets, the generator's exhaust puffing a low, rhythmic cough behind the shed wall. The sea boomed and hissed just beyond the edge of the rock. That was when I heard it. One single heavy drip somewhere behind me. The sound of water falling from a height and hitting concrete. Not spray, not mist, not the random patter of rain. A distinct drop, big enough that you could almost feel its impact in your heel. I turned quickly, heart giving a stupid little jump. My eyes scanned the concrete pad, the side of the tower, the wall of the generator shed. Dry. Everything was dry. No fresh dark spot, no little puddle forming, no trickle running down from a seam. The only moisture was the old, uneven staining that had been there since we arrived. "You hear that?" I asked. Kyle shrugged. "Hear what?" "Just the ocean, man." I opened my mouth, then closed it. Maybe it had been in my head, a leftover from the sound of the bag hitting the ground, my brain editing it into something else. Maybe there had been a stray drop of condensation from the exhaust pipe that had already evaporated. "Nothing," I said. "Forget it." We went back inside to get on with the day's checklist. But as we climbed the stairs again, boots squeaking, the echo of that solitary drip followed me up, falling over and over in my head onto a patch of concrete that stayed stubbornly, impossibly dry. 3.2. The yellow sleeve and the steps going up. The second night it happened. I knew what was wrong before I was fully awake. I was on my side in the sleeping bag, one arm numb under my head, eyes closed. The generator's hum was there, comforting and steady, like always. The wind had settled into a low, continuous rush around the tower. Somewhere, the VHF gave a half-hearted crackle and then went quiet again. But the rhythm I had grown used to without realizing it, the gentle whine above, the faint tremor of motion through concrete and steel, the soft suggestion of light washing past the crack under the door, was gone. My eyes snapped open into the greenish dark. For a moment, I lay perfectly still, listening the way you listen when you think someone might be in your house. All the normal sounds checked out. The generator under the floor, the occasional tick of cooling pipes. Kyle's breathing, a little uneven, maybe the ragged leftover edges of a dream. Everything was there, except the lighthouse doing the one thing it was built to do. I rolled onto my back and raised my head enough to see the inverter display glowing across the room. The numbers on it felt smug in their certainty. It's 2:14 a.m., the same time. "Dan?" Kyle's voice came from the dark next to me, groggy but already knowing. "Again?" "Yeah," I said. Lights stopped. He swore quietly into his pillow. This time the tone was not fear, not yet. Just the deep, irritated exhaustion of someone whose sleep and patience were being sawed through in the same place. We went through the motions. Jackets, flashlights, boots. The ritual of getting up in response to something you hope is a simple mechanical problem. I opened the stairwell door and the cool air slid over us, carrying that mix of salt and something older from above. Our footsteps on the metal stairs sounded louder than the night before, sharper. Maybe because I was more awake. Maybe because I already knew what kind of wrongness we might find. The tower gave us our own noise back with a delay. Each boot step rang and bounced off the concrete and steel. The rails were cold and slightly damp under my hand. My breathing sounded too fast, and every time I exhaled, It was like the air pushed back a fraction harder. We passed the small, salt-streaked window on the landing. Outside was an endless black, the sea invisible except for the occasional flicker of white where a wave broke against rock. The beacon's fixed beam had been pointing in one direction again when it stopped, so down here the darkness felt thick, unbroken. At the top, the beacon room door was shut, latch in the same position we had left it. That, more than anything, made my skin itch. A door left ajar or swinging might have suggested wind, a misset catch. A door snug in its frame meant something was happening on the inside. "Locked?" Kyle asked, half whispering, out of habit more than necessity. There was nobody around to hear us but the walls. I wrapped my fingers around the handle and turned. The seal broke with a soft, stick-slip sound, then gave way. The smell hit before the full sight did, a sharp, aggressive wave of salt and decay rolling out of the room like a greeting. It was stronger than the night before. The first whiff of the blue scrap had been like finding an old towel left damp in a bucket. This was closer to opening a cooler at the end of a long summer weekend and realizing someone had forgotten the bait inside. My gag reflex tightened. I forced my shoulders to unclench and stepped in. The motor under the floor was still turning, the whine of it strained. The big lens above it sat stubbornly still, the lamp inside burning bright and useless. The beam outside was frozen over some unseen patch of water, its sweep interrupted mid-arc. "Something stuck again," I said, though I did not need to. The way the motor complained told us everything. Kyle stayed a little farther back this time, as if distance would help with the smell. His flashlight beam tracked along the edges of the room, checking the windows, the catwalk hatch, the seams. I went to the base of the lens, the same narrow access gap waiting for my hand. This time I hesitated for a full breath before reaching in. My fingers brushed metal, grease, then fabric. Again, smaller this time. My hand closed around it more easily, but the sensation was somehow worse. The material was slick and rubbery on the outside, softer inside, ballooning as my fingers curled. It was soaked, cold enough that it felt like it had its own temperature separate from the room. The smell came up in a concentrated line right into my face. Salt and rotting seaweed and a faint metallic tang, like blood thinned out in a bucket of seawater. I pulled it free with a wet, sticky sound. Water ran down my forearm in a cold trail before I dragged my arm out of the access. In my hand lay a small yellow raincoat sleeve. It was clearly not from an adult jacket. The sleeve was too short, too narrow. The material was that bright, plasticky yellow they make children's rain gear out of. Dulled here and there by grime, the bottom edge was not neatly finished. The threads were pulled and frayed, like it had been torn away from the rest of the coat. Near the cuff, a tiny plastic snap was still attached, molded into the shape of a cartoon animal whose features had been half-eaten by time and salt. As I watched, a drop of water formed at the cuff and fell, hitting the steel floor with a small, distinct splash. Then another, and another. Within seconds, there was a loose, uneven circle of droplets around my boots, each impact sounding too loud in the cramped room. The smell seemed to crawl up the back of my throat, coating my tongue with a taste that made me want to spit. "Jesus," Kyle said softly behind me. "Is that kid-sized?" "Yeah," I said. The word came out thinner than I liked. We stood there for a moment, the three of us, me, Kyle, and the ragged yellow thing in my hand. The beam inside the lens burned hot and steady, its light catching on the wet plastic and turning it into a dim, sickly glow. I swallowed hard, breathing through my mouth. Even that did not help much. The air in the lantern room had a weight to it, like a low cloud of rot had settled just below the ceiling. "We don't," Kyle started, then stopped. He coughed once. "We don't stock anything like that, right? For visitors or—" "There are no visitors," I said. "And you know what color all our issued gear is." He nodded, eyes moving from the sleeve to the windows, to the hatch that led out to the narrow exterior balcony encircling the lantern, to the door we had just come through. Everything was shut. Everything had been shut when we went to bed. Even if we wanted to pretend this was just some old debris finally working its way into the mechanism, there was nowhere obvious it could have come from without someone, somewhere, opening something. "So it could be left over from before," he said weakly. "Old keeper, old family. Maybe some kid lost their coat here back when this was manned." "Maybe," I said, and the top of the lens decided to spit it out now, years later, on our second night. We both knew how thin that sounded. The motor under our feet whined a little higher, then stuttered. Without letting myself think too much about it, I set the sleeve down on the floor for a moment, reached over to the controller panel, and reset the drive. A clunk, a brief pause, then the hum settled. The lens shuddered and resumed its slow turn, dragging the beam with it. Outside, the world would see the light sweep again and have no idea what had been grinding its teeth up here. I straightened, wiped my wet forearm on my jacket without thinking, and picked the sleeve back up between two fingers. It sagged, heavy, water still weeping out of it in slow, stubborn droplets. That was when everything in the tower seemed to change at once. The wind outside, which had been a constant rush, dropped away for half a heartbeat. Not gradually, not with a gust, just gone, like someone had pressed mute on the sky. The generator's hum did not stop, but it felt farther away, as if the floor had thickened between us and it. Even the faint buzz from the lamp above seemed to dim. In that pocket of pressed-down quiet, I heard 3 footsteps. They were not from the lantern room. Nothing in that space was big enough to make that sound moving. They were coming from the staircase below, the metal-on-metal echo traveling up through the core of the tower. 3 distinct, slow steps. Clang, clang, clang. Not the clattery rush of someone running, not the skitter of an animal. Each footfall landed with deliberate weight, spaced just far enough apart that you could imagine a person taking careful, measured strides. Going up. Every hair on my arms stood up. My fingers tightened on the damp sleeve. Kyle's flashlight beam jerked toward the door. "You hear that?" I asked, though I already saw the answer on his face. He nodded once, eyes wide now, all the joking burned out of them. "Yeah," he whispered. "I hear it." For a second, we both just stood there, listening. No more footsteps came. The wind outside returned all at once, pressing itself against the glass panes with a low sigh. The generator's vibration crept back up into my boots. Sound filled the space like water rushing back into a drained pool. I moved first. I swung my flashlight toward the door and crossed the room in 3 quick steps. My hand was slick on the handle. Whether from condensation or sweat, I could not tell. I yanked it open and stabbed the beam down the stairwell. The spiral of metal steps ran away below us, clean and empty. The light carved out each tread, each bracket, each section of railing. There was nowhere for anyone to stand without being seen. The only marks on the steps were the scuffs from our own boots. "Hello?" Kyle called, voice cracking a little on the second syllable. It bounced down the stairwell and came back thinner, but with no new voice riding under it. Nothing answered. just the distant, familiar thrum from below and the wind testing the tower's skin. We did not talk much on the way down. We went all the way to the ground floor, making ourselves look, both of us, into every corner, behind every piece of equipment, under the metal stairs as they met the floor. Empty. Just concrete and steel and the humming guts of an automated station that was supposed to be too boring to warrant stories. Trash, I said finally, holding up the yellow sleeve. We stepped back outside, edging along the narrow path toward the generator shed. The air out there felt fresher, even with the exhaust and the salt. My flashlight beam picked out the little concrete pad where we had left the trash bag, with the blue scrap inside the night before. The bag was still there, slumped against the rusty barrel like a tired animal. Condensation glistened on the outside in our beams. I twisted the neck of it open, aiming my light down into the black plastic mouth. Empty. No blue fabric. No dark, waterlogged chunk at the bottom. Just the glossy wrinkle of the bag itself, collecting a little pool of its own shadows. I put it in here, I said, pointless words in the cold air. I saw you, Kyle said quietly. We both stood there for a long moment, the wind tugging at our sleeves, the sea beating itself hollowly against the rock below. Behind us, the tower's beam swept its slow circle over an ocean that did not care. Somewhere in the back of my mind, the sound of those 3 steps on the stairs replayed, each one landing closer than the last. And I began to understand that whatever was leaving us, presence in the gears, did not come from this island, and did not plan on staying outside the machinery. 3, whispering to the corner. The day after the yellow sleeve, everything felt just a little off-center, like the whole island had been nudged half an inch to the left while we slept. We were both tired. Not the honest tired you get from hauling tools and climbing stairs, but the kind that settles behind your eyes and makes every sound feel like it has sharp edges. Coffee did not help much. The instant stuff we had brought tasted like hot, bitter water, and the generator's constant hum had started to feel less like a comfort and more like a pressure. I went through the checklist anyway. That is what you do when your brain feels unreliable. You lean on the list. We started with doors, tower entrance, closed, latched, lock engaged. Generator shed, steel door shut, heavy latch down, padlock snapped into place. Battery enclosure, hatch sealed, rubber gasket intact. The maintenance closet on the second level of the tower was still locked with its corroded padlock, unmoved. I put my hand on each latch for a moment, giving it a little test tug, more to reassure myself than to check the hardware. The metal was cool and faintly damp. The salt in the air gets into everything out here. It makes every surface feel tired. Someone screwing with us? I asked, half joking, half not, as we checked the workshop cabinet in the generator shed. Inside, tools, spare filters, rags, no blue scrap, no yellow sleeve, no explanation. Yeah, Kyle said. Some rich asshole with a boat, and nothing better to do than come out in the middle of the night, climb a wet rock with no dock, break into a locked lantern room, and carefully jam Goodwill donations into the gear train of a rotating lens. Real likely. He straightened, rubbing his hands on his jeans. There were faint shadows under his eyes that had not been there when we left the mainland. You know what the fuel cost alone would be for that joke? I didn't answer. He had a point. Out here, nothing casual happens. Every mile of water between you and shore is a tax on how much you really want to be wherever you are going. Could be some leftover junk from years ago working its way loose, I said instead, sticking stubbornly to the least insane option. Old keepers, old families, stuff gets into weird places. And then waits until exactly 2 in the morning, 2 nights in a row, to finally fall out? he said. Sure. We went through the systems again, checked voltages, logged readings, listened to the motor now that it was free of obstructions. On paper, Greyhook was behaving perfectly. Nothing tripped, nothing overheated. The light did what it was supposed to do. We did not talk much during the day. Words felt like they might wake something up. By the time we sat down to eat that evening, the sky outside had gone from dull steel to a heavy, featureless dark. The little digital clock on the inverter read 1847. The generator was running smoother than any unit its age had a right to. It did not care about our scraps and footsteps. Dinner was canned soup again, warmed in the whining microwave. The smell of it, chicken and something that might have once been vegetables, mixed with the ever-present scent of oil, hot metal, and the distant salt pushing through the concrete. We ate sitting on our usual crate, backs to the wall. Kyle stirred his soup more than he ate it. His eyes kept sliding away from me, not up toward the ceiling, not toward the stairs, but to a specific corner of the ground floor, where a metal storage cabinet sat against the curved wall. There was nothing special about that corner. Same concrete, same paint, same faint water stains. What? I finally asked, following his gaze. He blinked, came back like someone had slapped him lightly. Nothing, he said, just zoning out. But a few minutes later, his eyes drifted there again, like a needle that did not want to stay pointed north. I told myself it was just nerves, sleep deprivation. The human brain hates emptiness. It will populate it with things, even if those things are only half-formed worries. We turned in a little earlier that night. I killed the overhead light, leaving only the dim emergency LEDs and the weak, intermittent glow of the VHF indicator. The generator's thrum wrapped around us like a too-tight blanket. I lay there in the dark, listening to the tower breathe, counting rotations by the faint shiver of motion in the floor. At some point, I slipped under. I do not know how long I was out. It could have been 10 minutes or 2 hours. When you sleep in a place with no natural sound markers, no cars passing, no neighbors' doors, no distant trains, it all blurs. I woke up to murmuring. At first I thought it was the radio. Sometimes, even with the volume turned low, the VHF would let a voice slip through, half-sentence fragments from some fishing boat or patrol. My brain swam up toward consciousness on the sound of consonants. It took me a few seconds to realize the radio was quiet. The murmuring was close, very close. I rolled my head on the thin pillow and opened my eyes. Kyle was sitting upright in his sleeping bag across from me. The glow from the inverter display painted his face in pale blue. His eyes were half open, unfocused, pointed not at me, but toward that same corner of the room he had been staring at during dinner. The one by the metal cabinet where the wall curved in. His lips were moving. I held my breath to hear better. The sound was low, dry, not the wet mumble of someone drooling into a pillow, not the clear cadence of someone speaking to another person. It was somewhere in between. A steady stream of words that did not quite connect, syllables slurring into each other like they had been soaked and wrung out. Every so often, under certain sounds, I heard something else. A faint, almost hidden drip, as if some of the consonants were falling with weight, dropping into water or onto stone. It was not part of his voice. It rode underneath, like an echo from another room. The more I listened, the more certain patterns tried to assert themselves. A shape that might have been my own name, twisted around the edges, dragged down by a mouth full of fluid. Something like Dan, stretched into da, the second half swallowed before it could break the surface. Kyle, I whispered. He did not react. His gaze stayed fixed on the corner. The cabinet's metal face reflected just enough light to hint at movement when there was none. "Kyle," I said again, louder. His head jerked suddenly, like someone had snapped a rubber band at the back of his neck. His eyes cleared. The whispering stopped so abruptly that the silence after it felt thick. "What?" he said, voice hoarse. "You were talking," I said. "In your sleep, or something like that." He frowned, looking around as if expecting someone else to be there. "No, I wasn't." "You were sitting up," I said, staring at that corner, whispering. He scrubbed his hand over his face, shoulders tense. "I don't remember that," he muttered. "I must have just been dreaming. Sounded like anything?" I hesitated. There is a line between sharing something weird and feeding it. "Unjust noise," I said. "Sleep stuff." He stared at me for a second longer than was comfortable, like he suspected I was holding something back, then lay down again, rolling over so his back was to the cabinet. I did not sleep much after that. Every time I drifted close to the edge of unconsciousness, I found myself listening for that dry, broken murmur and the little phantom drips hiding inside it. In the gray light of morning, with coffee in our hands and the generator sounding boring again, Kyle brought it up first. "Sleep's getting weird," he said, not looking at me. I don't know. I keep feeling like someone's right behind my ear when the generator dips." He mimed it with one hand, fingers hovering just behind his own head. "You know that tiny drop in RPM when the load shifts, and there's that half second it's like the sound falls into a hole? Right then. I feel like if I turned fast enough, something would still be there." I tried to keep my expression neutral. "We've been out here a few days," I said. "Brains get jumpy without normal noise. It's just the silence playing tricks. You want to radio for an early pickup?" His jaw tightened. Pride is a stupid thing, but it is strong. "No," he said. "We're fine. Just tired." We did our work. We logged more numbers that said everything was fine. The light kept turning. The island sat on the water like it had for decades, pretending it had no interest in what we were doing. That night, as we moved around the ground floor room getting ready to sleep, everything felt closer. The walls seemed to lean in a little. The space between the shelves seemed narrower. I could hear the small noises of the tower more clearly than before. The little clicks in the steel, the changes in the wind's tone as it threaded itself through vents and cracks. Kyle rolled out his sleeping bag and sat on it instead of lying down right away. The overhead light was still on. His face was set in an expression that tried to be casual and landed somewhere just shy of it. "Hey," he said suddenly, voice low. "There's something I didn't tell you." I looked up from my own bag. "About what?" "Last night," he said. "Or whatever night it was. They're starting to blend." He swallowed. "I thought I saw someone on the rocks." The way he said it made my skin tighten. "What do you mean, someone?" "Down at the waterline," he said. "On the seaward side." I couldn't sleep. I was up in the stairwell halfway, standing by that little window. I was watching the beam sweep, just trying to feel like I was part of something big and normal instead of stuck in a concrete tube. He paused, eyes drifting to the wall as if he was seeing it again. When the light was at the edge of its rotation, right before it passed out of view from that window, I saw a shape standing on the rocks. Tall, I think. Could have been hunched. I couldn't see a face, just the outline of someone right on the edge where the water was hitting. And when the beam came back, I asked. "Gone," he said, like they'd stepped backward into the dark, or like they'd never been there at all. A dozen rational explanations lined up in my head. Foam patterns, spray, a trick of contrast between white water and black rock. The way your eyes play with you when all you have are moving shadows. Probably the sea screwing with you, I said, forcing a laugh that sounded thin even to me. Foam, shadow. Your brain fills in the rest. You know how it is. Shadows do weird things out here. Kyle held my gaze for a long moment. Shadows don't wear yellow, Dan, he said quietly. The generator hummed. The tower breathed. Somewhere above us, the light swept its circle over the black water, as if it were searching for something it did not really want to find. 4. 1. The closet that won't stay shut. There was one thing in the tower I had been successfully not thinking about. The maintenance closet on the midway landing. We had passed it half a dozen times a day since we arrived. Second level, low ceiling, rusted cabinets. That one door set into the curved wall with the corroded padlock hanging from the latch. On day 1, I had given it a quick, practical tug, found it stubborn and immovable, and filed it away under deal with later if necessary. Out here, you learn to triage what you care about. A few mornings after the yellow sleeve, the closet decided it wanted to be promoted. I was alone on the stairs at the time. Kyle was in the generator shed chasing a small fluctuation in voltage that had popped up on the log. The tower felt quieter without him in it, like its own presence had more room to spread. I climbed from the ground floor, boots ringing on the steps. The air was cool and damp, the concrete walls exhaling that faint mineral chill. When I reached the second level and stepped off onto the landing, something looked wrong. The closet door was not fully closed. It was subtle, the kind of thing you could almost miss if you were not walking straight toward it. The door, which had previously been flush with the wall, was now open just a hair, maybe an inch. The padlock still hung from the latch, but it was no longer pulling the door tight. The hinge side had shifted inward. I stopped. The familiar, automatic explanation, temperature change, humidity, metal shrinking or expanding, tried to line up, but even that felt thin. Doors swell and stick when it is damp, sure. They do not generally decide to unstick themselves after years of rust. I set my palm against the painted metal. It was cold, slick in places where the paint had bubbled and peeled. I gave it a gentle push. It swung inward with less resistance than I was prepared for, and I had to catch it before it banged into the inside wall. The smell that came out was not as strong as the one in the beacon room, but it had the same family resemblance. Damp paper, mildew, and underneath that, the faint, sour note of something that had once been alive and now was only a memory in the air. I clicked my flashlight on and aimed it into the narrow space. The closet was deeper than I had expected, more of a tiny room than a shallow cupboard. The walls were bare concrete, the floor the same. A couple of low shelves had been bolted into the back wall at some point. On them sat a sad little library of the station's past. Logbooks with warped covers, manuals with their edges furred white from moisture, binders with rusted metal rings. On the floor, pushed up against one corner, was a small wooden box. It was about the size of a lunch pail, made of some kind of cheap hardwood that had soaked up more water than it wanted over the years. The metal latches on the front were corroded, crusted with greenish-white salt bloom. I reached for the nearest logbook first, its cover peeled under my fingers like skin. When I opened it, the pages made a soft tearing noise as they separated, each sheet reluctant to leave the one behind it. The ink had run in places, but most of it was still legible under the stains. The entries were dated, early 1990s, back when the station had still been maintained in a more hands-on way, before full automation. The handwriting changed over time, a steady block print at first, then a loopier, more harried script as personnel rotated. At a glance, it was all familiar. Weather notes, routine maintenance. Generator load test okay. Solar output reduced in overcast. Salt buildup scraped from lens housing. Little glimpses of people doing the same boring work I was doing, just in a different decade. Then a phrase jumped out at me like a fish breaking surface. Rotation fault at 0212 cleared itself. I frowned and flipped back a page. Same line, different day. Rotation fault at 0212 cleared before manual reset. I started scanning, not reading every word now, just letting my eye bounce. The time repeated, a drumbeat tucked among the ordinary observations. Rotation fault at 0212 again? Diagnostics show no error. Logged and notified. Here and there, the regular notation broke into something more like commentary, as if whoever was writing had gotten tired of pretending these were just numbers. Smell again in beacon room. Hearing water where there is no leak. The words were crammed into the margin, smaller than the rest, as if they were not meant for anyone else's eyes. The ink had bled slightly at water, the letters fuzzy, like even on the page the word did not want to hold its shape. The tower made a small sound around me, not a groan or a bang, just a shift, a tiny settling creak of metal against concrete. Normally, I would have ignored it. Buildings talk in their sleep all the time. But here, with those words on the page and the light from my flashlight caught in the curve of the concrete, it landed differently. I turned my head, listening. For a second, I expected to hear the distant punch and hiss of waves hitting rock. Instead, there was less. The generator hum from below felt thinned out, like I was hearing it through a layer of cotton. The wind, which had been a constant shiver against the tower, seemed to hold back. It was like standing in the pause between breaths. A drop of water hit the page. It landed right next to the word leak, darkening the paper in a perfect circle, then slowly soaking outward. I watched it expand, brown lines in the wet spot curling as the ink tried to decide which way to dissolve. I tilted the flashlight up automatically, expecting to see the source. A hairline crack in the ceiling, maybe, or a patch where condensation had formed and was finally letting go. The beam slid across smooth concrete. No crack, no stain, no bulge of moisture. The ceiling above me was as dry and unremarkable as the day we arrived. I looked back down at the logbook. Another droplet formed at the edge of the wet spot and slid down into the spine, disappearing between pages. The air had a new scent now, faint but unmistakable. Fresh water, the metallic tang of it, like the smell inside a damp pipe. But there were no pipes in that wall. The closest plumbing on the island was a makeshift sink setup down by the generator where we'd been washing mugs. I wiped the back of my hand across the page on instinct, even though I knew it would do nothing. The dampness clung to my skin, cold and real. I flipped a few more pages, my fingers leaving faint smudges where they brushed old ink. The entries continued in the same practical voice, with the same small intrusions of unease. Odor persists. No source found. 1820 HRs. Brief rotation stall without alarm. 0212 faults continue. Dreams getting weird. Not logging that. The handwriting changed then. A different tech took over. Sharper letters, more abbreviations. The fatigue and frustration folded themselves back under professional shorthand. Then, near the back of the book, after a string of weather notes and a diagram of a wiring correction, there was a line scrawled across nearly half the page, darker than the rest, like the pen had been pressed hard enough to almost tear the paper. She keeps asking for what's hers. The pronoun sat there, smug in its specificity. She, not it, not they. Whoever had written it had someone particular in mind. My mouth tasted sour. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, a dull thud that did not match the rhythm of anything mechanical. I turned the book over in my hands, the pages fanning. On the back cover, in the lower corner, half faded under a bloom of mildew, a name was signed beneath the last official entry. Mike Harrison. I did not have to think about where I knew it from. I had seen it on rosters, heard it in the office, the same older tech who had glanced at my work order and told me to lock everything. The one who had put in for reassignment not long after his last offshore rotation. The page with his name on it felt slightly rougher under my thumb, like the pen strokes had changed the texture permanently. I looked back to the sentence before the signature. The ink there was more blurred than in the earlier entries, but it was still readable if you knew what you were looking for. She keeps asking for what's hers. The tower creaked again, a slow, bending sound, like something under strain deciding, for now, not to break. Somewhere below, the generator hum came back into full focus, as if someone had turned the volume up on the world again. In the distance, faint but there, I finally heard the surf, a low, irregular boom against the rock that felt like being allowed to breathe. I glanced at the small wooden box in the corner of the closet. It sat very still. Its latches were rusted and flaking, but when I crouched and touched them, they moved under my fingers more easily than they should have. The lid was slightly warped, leaving a hairline gap along one edge. I flipped the catches open and lifted the top. Inside, there was nothing. Just the bare, swollen wood, stained darker in places where moisture had been. There was a faint outline on the bottom where something roughly rectangular had once sat, leaving the surrounding area lighter by contrast, the way furniture leaves a print on carpet after it is moved. Something had been there once. It was not there now. Dan? Kyle's voice floated up faintly from below, muted by concrete and distance. You up there? Yeah, I called back, louder than I meant to. My voice bounced in the small space, bumping up against the walls and my own chest. Just checking something. I closed the box, the click of the warped wood fitting back into itself sounding lonely in the closet. The latches fell back into place with a soft, unsatisfying clink. As I stepped out onto the landing and pulled the door mostly shut behind me, the dry metal scraped against the frame. For a second, it felt like the closet was resisting. She keeps asking for what's hers. The sentence followed me down the stairs, as real as the echo of my footsteps. And for the first time since we arrived, I had the distinct, unwelcome thought that maybe Greyhook did not care who we were. It only cared what we had touched. 4-2. The hair on the floor. By the time it happened again, I did not need the clock. My body knew the pattern now. The way you know when a song skips, even if it is playing in another room. I came up out of sleep like someone had yanked a cord in my chest, eyes open before my mind had finished surfacing. The generator was humming below us, steady and patient. The wind was working its way around the tower skin, making the usual low rush, occasionally catching on some edge and whining. Kyle was breathing in his bag across from me, short, shallow pulls that never quite settled. But the rhythm I had been unconsciously leaning on, night after night, the faint vibration of motion running up the spine of the tower, the soft suggestion of light passing by the crack under the door every 10 seconds, was gone. The darkness in the room felt thicker for it, like the absence of that small, repeating movement had created a hollow. I did not bother lying there to be sure. I rolled onto my back and looked at the inverter display. 02:13 a.m. The seconds ticked over to 02:14 while I watched. "Kyle," I said quietly. He exhaled in a way that told me he had been hovering near consciousness already. "Yeah," he said. "I know. I felt it." We moved slower this time, not out of laziness, but because every motion felt like it might have an audience. Jackets, flashlights, laces pulled tight with fingers that did not quite want to cooperate. The tower around us made small shift noises, the kind structures always make. But tonight they sounded more like joints than joints, as if something larger was stretching itself inside the walls. The stairwell door opened with its usual soft resistance. Cool air slid down into the ground floor room, carrying a smell that had become too familiar. Salt, metal, and a sour hint of old, wet things. It felt like stepping into someone else's breath. Our boots on the stairs sounded harsher than ever, each step ringing way up and way down, like the tower could not wait to shove the sound out of its body. My flashlight beam ran ahead of us, carving a white path along the treads. The central column, the handrail that my fingers clung to tighter than they needed to. On the landing, I glanced out the narrow window. The sea was pure negative space, black on black, with only the occasional distant gleam where a wave's crest caught what little ambient light existed. The horizon had disappeared hours ago. There was no glow from any ship, no blink of other aids to navigation. Just our dead tower and the dark. The door to the beacon room was closed again, seal snug, latch in place. No sign of tampering. It was somehow worse to see it that way, still and well-behaved, as if whatever was wrong lived entirely on the other side. "You smell that?" Kyle whispered. I did. The odor that had been a background note on other nights was thicker now, pushing at the back of my tongue. Rotting seaweed, stale water, something faintly metallic underneath, like a battery that had leaked into a bucket. I wrapped my hand around the handle and turned. The lantern room was wrong the moment the door opened, and not just because the smell hit us like a wall. It was wrong because it was dark. The big glass lens loomed in the middle of the circular space, its faceted surfaces catching our flashlight beams and throwing them back in warped fragments. But there was no steady lamp burning inside, no white heart pushing outward. The beam that was supposed to be sweeping the ocean had died completely. The motor, too, was silent. No whine, no vibration, just a thick stillness that felt almost physical. "What the—" Kyle started, then let the words die. My light found the socket where the bulb should have been. Empty. The bulb itself was sitting upright on the floor, a few feet away from the base of the lens, propped carefully in the exact center of the room. It was a heavy, industrial lamp, the kind you do not casually move around. Someone had unscrewed it, turn by careful turn, strong enough to break the initial heat lock on the threads, and then placed it there like an offering. Around it, the concrete was speckled with tiny wet spots. At first they looked like random drips, but the more I stared, the more a pattern emerged. A loose ring of small, uneven puddles surrounding the bulb, as if something damp had stood there and shed. "Did we?" Kyle began, then stopped. He knew as well as I did that we had done nothing like this. We had not even touched the bulb since we arrived. I took a step forward, boots whispering on the damp patches. The smell intensified with proximity. My flashlight beam slid over the lamp's glass and landed on something beside it. It took my brain a second to process what I was seeing. A small clump of dark brown hair lay on the floor next to the bulb. It was tangled, wadded, as if fingers had twisted it and then let go. Threads of green, stringy moss had woven themselves through it, some strands stretching out in thin lines where water clung between fibers. Droplets formed at the tips of the hair and moss, growing fat before gravity pulled them down. Each drop fell onto the concrete with a soft, precise sound. Plip, plip, plip. In the silence of the lantern room, each impact was magnified, as if the tower itself was listening. I knelt without meaning to, my knees creaking almost as much as the steel. Up close, the hair's color was clearer, a muddy, dark brown, not quite black. Some strands were kinked, some straight, oriented in no particular direction. The moss that clung to it had that translucent quality you see in seaweed that has just washed in and has not yet decided whether to rot or dry. It was absolutely, undeniably fresh. The smell rising off it was like the breath of a drowned thing. Behind me, the tower exhaled in a different way. The wind outside dropped, not gradually, but like someone had shut a door. The generator's hum, steady even up here, seemed to take a step back, thinning out until it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. The little mechanical ticks and background buzzes that I had grown accustomed to vanished. For one stretched-out moment, there was no sound at all except the slow drip of water from the hair onto the concrete. An instant later, something touched my back. It was not a breeze. There is a particular feel to moving air, broad, diffuse, caressing more than one place at once. This was narrow and deliberate, a line drawn from the nape of my neck straight down between my shoulder blades. The temperature of it was wrong too. It did not have the chill of this cold room or the wet sting of spray. It felt like a towel pulled straight from an ice bath and laid along my spine. Heavy, saturated, cold, in a way that made the muscles on either side of my vertebrae seize. Every part of me locked for a heartbeat. My fingers dug into my flashlight, knuckles whitening, my lungs forgot how to work. Then whatever it was pressed harder, just enough to bend the back of my jacket inward, and my body reacted before my thoughts could. I spun. The flashlight beam slashed across the room, streaking over the curved walls, the glass panes, the hatch to the narrow catwalk outside, the door we had come through. The stairwell beyond yawned downward, a spiral of metal steps, still and empty. There was nothing behind me, no one in the doorway. The air was flat again, cold but not biting. My jacket fell back into its usual shape. "Jesus, Dan," Kyle said. His voice sounded thin, like it had been stretched. He was pressed up against the far side of the room, back to the wall, his own flashlight held low. The color had drained from his face, leaving him the same shade as the concrete. His eyes were fixed not on me, but on a point on the wall a few feet to my right. "I saw it," he whispered. "Saw what?" My voice came out harsher than I intended. His throat worked. "A hand," he said. "Just before you turned. It was coming out of the wall." I followed his gaze. The spot he was looking at was an unremarkable patch of concrete between two window frames. Plain, stained in irregular patterns by years of condensation and salt. Nothing more. "It looked like it had been in water forever," he went on, words tripping over themselves. "Skin all wrinkled, you know? Like that pruned look when you stay in a bath too long. Pale, fingers curled, reaching." He made a claw without thinking, then clenched his hand into a fist and dropped it. "How high?" I asked, surprising myself with the question. "About your shoulder," he said immediately. "Right where you..." He gestured vaguely at my back, then stopped, as if afraid saying it out loud would invite it to happen again. We stood there, The three of us. The clump of hair, the two living men, and whatever else might have been occupying the cracks. The silence began to fill back in. The wind came back in a cautious rush, feeling its way around the glass. The generator's hum thickened, took on its usual bone-deep presence. Somewhere in the structure, metal ticked as it adjusted to stresses I did not want to think about. I turned back toward the bulb, forcing myself to move slowly. My heart was beating too hard. I could feel it in my gums. The lamp still sat upright in the center of the room, a stupid, mute object that had no reason to be where it was. The tiny puddles around it were there too, dark, wet marks that reflected our flashlight beams in dull, trembling ovals. The hair was gone. For a second, I thought my eyes were playing tricks, that maybe my angle had changed. I stepped closer. The floor was empty except for the water stains. No clump of brown and green. No dripping strands. Just a rough-edged ring of damp concrete, already starting to dry at the edges, leaving behind faint salt halos. I didn't look away that long, I said, more to myself than to Kyle. I never stopped looking, he replied. I saw you spin, I saw that. Then I looked at the floor again, and it just wasn't there. We did what we had to do. We reinstalled the bulb, hands shaking more than the job required. It felt heavier than it should have, like it was reluctant to go back into its socket. When I turned it home, the threads grated, a small, resentful squeal. We reset the power, watched as the lamp flared to life. The lens began to turn again, dragging the beam around with it, resuming its duty as if nothing at all out of procedure had occurred. From outside, any ship that happened to be far enough to see us would simply register a light going briefly dark, then returning. A glitch, a momentary hiccup. Inside, on the floor of the lantern room, the damp ring slowly evaporated, leaving behind no evidence except a thin, chalky trace of salt and the knowledge that something from the water had just laid one more piece of itself at our feet, and then taken it back. 4.3. She wants her stuff back. We barricaded the door that night like it would actually matter. There was no latch on the inside of the ground floor room beyond the usual deadbolt, and suddenly, that felt like not nearly enough. After we came down from the beacon with the memory of that hand still clinging to the inside of our skulls, Kyle dragged one of the heavy metal cabinets away from the wall and shoved it across the floor until it scraped in front of the door to the stairwell. The sound of metal feet grinding on concrete set my teeth on edge, but when it was done, the cabinet sat there like a gray, sulking animal, its weight pressing against the door. If anyone or anything decided to try the handle from the other side, we would at least hear it. We rolled our sleeping bags out farther from the stairs that night, closer to the generator side wall, as if that would help. The emergency LEDs cast their usual dim glow. I turned off the overhead light and immediately regretted it. The darkness felt thicker now, packed with all the things we had seen and heard and tried not to name. The generator hummed below us, steady. I lay on my back, staring at the faint outline of pipes and conduits in the ceiling. Every few seconds, the VHF crackled and went quiet again without forming words, like someone clearing their throat on the other end of a very long line. Kyle lay on his side facing away from me, his sleeping bag a dark mound. For a while, the only sound from him was breathing, too fast, too shallow for someone trying to sleep. Then the murmuring started. It was different from the whispering to the corner. That had been directed outward, toward a point in the room. This was turned inward, like he was arguing with someone inside his own head, and his mouth could not keep up. "You already took it," he whispered. The words were clear enough this time that I could not pretend they were just dream static. We can't put it back. It's not ours. The bag rustled around him in a small, repetitive rhythm. After a second, I realized he was rocking just slightly, forward and back, as if that motion might distract his brain from whatever was digging at it. "Kyle," I said into the dark. "You're awake, I can hear you." The rocking stopped, but the breathing did not slow. "She keeps counting," he said, so quietly I almost missed it under the generator's hum. Like 1, 2, 3, over and over, but not numbers, just pieces, coat, sleeve, hair, like that. Something in my chest tightened. "It's just your head trying to sort this," I said. My voice came out gentler than I felt. "You need sleep, that's all." He did not answer. After a while, he rolled onto his back, the fabric rasping against the concrete. At some point, his breathing finally evened out into something close to rest. Mine never did. The next morning was the quietest one we'd had since the first day. No new scraps in the gears, no fresh smells in the beacon room beyond the lingering rot that now seemed baked into the place. The light kept its rhythm. The generator ran smooth and obedient, its gauges sitting right where they were supposed to. If you looked only at the numbers, the station was behaving better than it had when we arrived. We did our rounds, checked the logs, topped off fluid levels, wiped condensation off a few critical contacts. The mundane tasks felt almost insulting, like being asked to tidy up a house that had already been condemned. By mid-morning, a fragile calm settled over the rock. The sky stayed a uniform gray, the sea a slightly darker version of the same color. Wind speed was steady, visibility decent. There was no sign of the fog the coxswain had warned us about. For a few hours, it was possible to imagine everything that had happened so far was just a collection of bad nights in an ugly place. "Maybe it really is just sleep deprivation," I said at one point, flipping through the latest entries on the control panel. "Isolation, bad mattress, too much instant coffee." Kyle snorted softly, but there was not much humor in it. "Sure," he said. "And maybe the hair styled itself and took a walk." We ate lunch at the crate table like always, canned chili this time, heavy and salty, scraped out of dented metal cans. The fork made a grating noise every time it hit the bottom, a harsh little shriek that set my nerves on edge. The wind had found a new way into the tower, somewhere higher up. It whistled faintly through a crack we could not locate, a thin, wandering tone that rose and fell randomly, like someone idly running a wet finger around the rim of a glass. Our handheld radios, clipped to our belts, gave occasional bursts of static, even when we were not touching them. Not full transmissions, just little pops and hisses, as if some invisible hand was lightly brushing the transmit buttons somewhere in the frequency band. Every everyday sound felt layered. Under the fork scrape, I heard the echo of dripping. Under the wind's whistle, a lengthened sigh. Under the radio static, the ghost of a word that never quite formed. After lunch, we slipped into a kind of uneasy routine. I went back over the logs in the maintenance closet, forcing myself to look at the entries like a technician, not a man trying to decode a haunting. Kyle did another pass through the generator shed, tightening bolts that did not need tightening, checking filters that did not need checking. Nothing new happened. No footsteps, no voices, no doors shifting on their own. The tower was just a tower. The island was just a rock. The ocean was just water. By late afternoon, when the light outside began to flatten toward sunset, I almost managed to believe it. I realized I had not seen Kyle for a while. He was not in the generator shed. His notebook lay on the workbench, pen resting in the crease like he'd set it down mid-thought. He was not in the ground floor room, not in the stairwell, not up in the beacon. The radios on our belts stayed silent except for those random scratches of static. That old animal twinge, the one that says something is wrong, tightened in my gut. I stepped out of the tower into the narrow slot of open rock between it and the generator shed. The wind hit me full in the face, colder than it had felt all day. The air smelled like salt and metal and a hint of exhaust. The sky to the west was a little lighter, the cloud cover thinning just enough to hint at where the sun was hiding. I walked around the base of the lighthouse, boots slipping slightly on the damp, lichen-slick concrete. The sea crashed against the rock below. The sound a heavy, hollow boom followed by a hiss as water retreated. I found Kyle sitting on a low outcrop near the seaward side, not far from the edge where the concrete ended and the raw rock began. He was facing the water, legs drawn up loosely, arms resting on his knees. From behind, he could have been anyone, any worker taking a minute to stare at the horizon. As I got closer, little details came into focus. His jacket was wet down the back, a darker shade than the rest of the fabric, as if he had been leaning against something damp for a long time. Drops clung to the collar and shoulders. There had been no rain. "You're gonna freeze out here," I said, keeping my voice as normal as I could. He did not startle. His head tilted slightly, acknowledging my presence, but his eyes stayed fixed on the line where the sea met the sky. "I'm fine," he said. His voice was flat, stripped of its usual edges. "Just listening." "To what?" I asked. He paused, like he was checking. "Her," he said. The word sat there between us, heavier than it deserved to be. "I don't hear anything," I said carefully. "Only the surf, the wind, the distant roll of a ship's wake somewhere unseen." "That's because you don't have anything she wants," he said. His eyes finally shifted my way, and there was something hollowed out in them, like a room after all the furniture has been removed. A cold line traced itself down my spine that had nothing to do with the air temperature. "What do you mean?" He blinked slowly, water beading at the edge of his lashes. Not tears, just spray or mist that had found a place to cling. "She said she just wants her stuff back," he said. "That's all." "The coat?" I asked before I could stop myself. He nodded once. "The coat, the sleeve, the hair." His mouth twitched in something that was not quite a smile. "That's all." Then she stops. The wind gusted, carrying a fine mist up from where the waves were breaking. It soaked into his already wet jacket, darkening it further. The back of the fabric had that particular sheen certain materials get when they have absorbed too much water and started to give up. "I threw the first scrap," I said slowly, memory unspooling. "The blue piece. The heavy, drenched chunk I had dropped into the trash bag, then, later, in a moment of frustration, tossed into the sea, letting the waves take it rather than bringing its stink back to shore." "You did," he said. "She didn't like that." "The second piece, the yellow sleeve." We had bagged it. We had talked about tagging it, taking it back as evidence of something. I had set it aside in the generator shed near the workbench, telling myself we'd decide what to do with it later. I could see it in my mind. The black plastic bag, tied off, sitting in a corner like a small, waiting animal. The clump of hair, what was left of it, had vanished on its own. "You still have one," Kyle said, almost gently. as if he were reminding me of a misplaced tool. She knows that. The logic in my head cracked along a fault line I had been pretending was not there. Up until that moment, I had been able to keep two separate stories running in parallel. One in which we were two exhausted men on an ugly assignment having a shared break with reality, and another in which something unseen was interacting with us, with our machinery, with our bodies. Hearing him say it like that, she wants her stuff back, suddenly made both stories overlap in a way that left no clean path out. If this was all in our heads, then we were both sinking into the same hallucination with the same rules and the same inventory. If it was not, then I was sitting on a rock in the middle of the ocean with a bagged piece of someone else's raincoat hidden on the island of a woman who, according to an old logbook, kept asking for what was hers. The sea boomed below us, though. A spray of cold, salty air misted my face. Somewhere behind us, the tower's beam swept through its appointed arc, lighting up a wedge of water for a few seconds before moving on. "Let's go inside," I said. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "You're soaked." Kyle shrugged, not quite agreeing, not quite refusing. His gaze drifted back out to the horizon, like he was listening for the next part of a conversation only he could hear. As I stood there, looking down at him and then back at the white hulk of the lighthouse, one realization settled over everything else like a wet, freezing blanket. I had already given one piece back to the water. The rest of it was still on the island. 5:1, 2:12 a.m. The night after Kyle told me she wanted her stuff back, I decided we were done. I did not say it out loud right away. Saying things out loud on that rock felt like giving them weight they did not deserve. But in my head, I drew a line. One more night, and then I call for extraction. Early. Lie if I have to. Medical issue, equipment concern, whatever it took. We were leaving Greyhook. Somebody else could worry about the rotation faults and the smell in the beacon room. The sky went darker earlier that evening, or it felt like it did. The clouds thickened into one solid lid, cutting off even the faint suggestion of a sunset. The wind picked up too, not enough to be a storm, just enough to make the tower vibrate in a higher register. You could feel it if you rested your palm against the wall. A fine, constant trembling, like you were touching the chest of something that had just started to breathe harder. We did our last round of the day with a kind of grim politeness. I checked the batteries, the inverter, the control panel. Kyle ran the generator through one more test. All the numbers were boring. All the readings said nominal. If you looked only at the data, Greyhook was having its best week in years. We dragged the cabinet back in front of the stairwell door again before rolling out our bags. The scrape of its feet against the concrete echoed up into the tower. I told myself that was good, that any sound moving down those stairs tonight would have to deal with steel, not just wood and a flimsy latch. We lay down in our sleeping bags, facing opposite directions, both pretending not to be braced for whatever came next. The emergency LEDs cast their sick green halo. The generator hummed below, steady as a metronome. The VHF radio on the wall above the workbench glowed faintly, its display showing the usual channel number. I stared at the ceiling until the individual pipes and seams softened into a gray blur. At some point, my eyes closed. Sleep, when it came, felt more like a system crash than a rest. I woke up because the world turned off. There was no slow fade, no ramping down of sound. One heartbeat, I was drifting, my body tuned to the background noise of machinery and wind. The next, everything stopped. The generator cut out mid-hum, the way a sentence stops when someone clamps a hand over a mouth. The vibration in the floor vanished. The wind outside went from a steady rush to nothing, like someone had shut a door on the entire sky. Even the faint, ever-present buzz from the inverter died. The emergency lights flickered once and then surrendered, plunging the room into a black so complete it felt solid. For a fraction of a second, there was only the sound of our breathing, mine sharp and fast, Kyle's somewhere between gasp and choke. Then something else slid into the silence. Footsteps. I had heard footsteps in the tower before, or thought I had. The slow treads on the stairs that night when we were in the lantern room. The suggestion of weight shifting above us. But this was different. These steps did not come from above or below. They did not sound like they were on the metal treads themselves. They sounded like they were moving inside the tower's skin, inside the concrete and steel, inside the hollow column the staircase wrapped around. Each one came with a sound I can only describe as underwater. There was a low, muffled clang, like a boot on metal, heard through a thick barrier, followed by a wet drag, as if the weight that had just landed had to pull itself free of something viscous before it could move again. Imagine listening to someone walk down a submerged fire escape while your head is underwater in the next room. It was distant and intimate at the same time. The steps were slow. One, another, another. It felt less like someone ascending or descending and more like something exploring, testing each level of the tower from the inside out. My body went very still. There is a kind of fear that makes you thrash, and there is a kind that turns you into a piece of furniture. This was the second kind. My fingers dug into the fabric of my sleeping bag. My eyes were wide open, but I could see nothing at all. "Dan?" Kyle whispered somewhere to my left. His voice sounded small, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. I did not answer. I was afraid that if I did, the sound would make whatever was moving decide to come see us. Instead, I reached out blindly, hand sweeping through the dark. My fingers hit cold concrete, then the edge of the crate we used as a table, then the wall. A few inches above shoulder height, my hand brushed plastic. The sat phone's casing, smooth and solid. The emergency phone was mounted there for worst-case scenarios. It was a direct line back to the Coast Guard, a way to call for help when everything else failed. I knew the feel of its handset, the curl of its cord. I had used similar ones on other stations. It belonged to the category of things my practical brain trusted. My fingers closed around the handset now, instinctively. The plastic was colder than it should have been, as if the dark had sunk into it more deeply than into the surrounding wall. All I had to do was lift it, put it to my ear, press the familiar sequence of buttons, speak. I did not lift it. The footsteps inside the walls were getting clearer, closer, not louder exactly, but more defined, as if whatever distance the concrete had given us was narrowing. Each impact had that muffled, watery quality, but I could hear more detail now. The squeak of something slick on metal, the faint slosh that followed. It felt absurdly, like if I made a call right then, I would not be the one speaking into the line. My thumb hovered over the keypad. The room felt like it was shrinking around us, the darkness pushing in, filling any space not occupied by flesh or plastic or steel. From somewhere near the workbench, above me and to the right, the radio speaker hissed. The VHF should have been dead. Without power, it was just a black box and a length of wire. But a thin, high-pitched static spilled out of it now, like air escaping from between someone's teeth. In that hiss, a shape of a word formed. Not clean, not full, but enough. Not alone. It was like a voice that had been dragged across gravel and through 30 feet of seawater before reaching us. The consonants scratched. The vowels were torn. The two words barely fit together, but my brain assembled them anyway. Dan, Kyle whispered again. There was panic in his voice now, brittle and sharp. I could not tell if he had heard the same thing or something else entirely. I stayed frozen, my hand on the sat phone, my thumb still not pressing anything. I do not know how long that lasted. It felt like a minute, an hour, forever. Time does strange things when you are waiting for something you cannot see to decide whether or not to open a door. Then, as abruptly as it had stopped, the world started again. The generator coughed to life with a hard shudder that shook dust out of the ceiling. The floor under us was suddenly alive again with vibration. The emergency lights flickered back on, weak and sickly, but there. The wind outside slammed into the tower in a single hard gust, as if it had been held back and then released. The radio speaker went dead, the static cutting off mid-breath. The sat phone handset in my grip warmed slightly, matching the temperature of my hand, as if it had never been anything but an inert piece of plastic. The footsteps ceased, not faded, not trailed off, just stopped. Kyle was sitting up in his bag, eyes wide, chest heaving. "Did you?" he started, then choked on the rest of the sentence. "I didn't call anyone," I said. My voice sounded strange, even to me. Too calm, too flat. I didn't press anything. We did not sleep again that night. We turned on the overhead light and left it on. We made coffee in the middle of the night just to have something hot to hold. We sat with our backs to the wall, listening to the generator and the wind and the little ticks in the metal, as if they might rearrange themselves into meaning. It was only later, back on land, that I learned what had happened at 2:12 a.m. Weeks later, in an office that smelled like toner and burned coffee instead of salt and rust, a Coast Guard officer slid a printed incident report across a desk toward me. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. My hands left faint sweat marks on the paper. "Here," he said, tapping a line with his finger. "Distress call logged from station 721 at Zorttu 12 hours local. Garbled transmission. Couldn't raise you back. We assumed it was interference." The text was dry, clinical. Source, Gray Hook Light, Auto, Content, Someone here, not alone. Transmission terminated. I remembered my hand on the sat phone, unmoving. The dead radio speaker hissing in the dark, the words that had seemed sewn out of static. I had not dialed it. My fingers had never left the handset. Kyle had not moved from his spot on the floor. But at 2:12 a.m., while we sat in that tower listening to footsteps inside the walls, the Coast Guard heard from us anyway. 5.2. Extraction request. Morning came like it always does out there, without color, just a gradual lightening of the gray. The sky outside the narrow window in the stairwell was a dull sheet. The sea below it chopped up into restless, slate-colored pieces. The wind had not settled. It pushed at the tower in gusts that made the structure shiver, a faint vibration that ran up through the concrete and into my legs. My hands shook as I made coffee. It was ridiculous, the way ordinary tasks carried on next to the memory of what we had heard. I scooped instant granules into the dented metal mug, spoon rattling against the sides. The kettle on the little hot plate clicked and hissed, steam fogging the corner of the room. When it boiled, the whistle sounded shrill, like it did not belong in the same world as footsteps inside walls. Across from me, Kyle sat with his back against the wall, knees drawn up, arms folded loosely over them. He was not looking at the kettle, or at me. His gaze stayed fixed on the door to the stairwell. The cabinet we had dragged in front of it still pressed there like a poor argument against anything determined. "You should eat," I said, pouring water, watching the coffee swirl into a muddy whirlpool. "I'm not hungry," he murmured. He had not eaten much at dinner the night before, either. His cheeks were a little hollowed, his eyes shadowed. His hair looked damp even though we had not been outside yet, like the air around him was thicker. "Coffee then," I said, setting a mug near his hand. He did not reach for it. The generator was back to its usual steady hum. If I had only the instrumentation to go by, I would have called it a perfect operating morning. Load normal, voltage stable, no alarms. None of that mattered anymore. I took my mug and crossed the room to the sat phone mounted on the wall near the inverter. In daylight, it looked like any other piece of industrial equipment. Off-white plastic, slightly yellowed, handset resting in its cradle, buttons worn shiny by fingers. I put my coffee down on the crate beneath it and picked up the handset. The plastic was room temperature this time. No shock of cold. No sense that something else had just let go of it. My thumb hovered over the buttons for a second anyway, muscle memory remembering the way it had refused to move in the dark. Then I punched in the sequence for the Coast Guard station. The line picked up with a burst of static that cleared almost immediately, leaving a clean, open channel. The clarity of it was almost unnerving after the night before. "Sector Puget Sound. This is communications," a calm male voice said. "Go ahead." This is contractor personnel at Station 721, I said. My own voice felt unfamiliar in my throat, papery and thin. "Greyhook Light, requesting early extraction. We've got mechanical issues and some crew health concerns. We'd like pickup as soon as possible." There was a brief pause as the operator processed that. In the background, I could hear the faint murmur of other voices, phones, keyboards. Normal office sounds. The kind of noise that meant fluorescent lights and coffee stains and solid floors. "Copy 721, he replied. "Stand by." A few seconds ticked by. I watched the inverter display out of habit. Numbers holding steady, like nothing had changed. The generator's thrum under my feet aligned itself with my heartbeat until I could not tell which was following which. The operator came back on. "We already have you logged for a follow-up, actually," he said. "We received a distress call from your station at 0212 this morning." My mouth went dry. "What?" I asked, though I had heard him perfectly. "At 0212, he repeated, reading from something. "We recorded an incoming call flagged to Greyhook's ID. It was mostly static. We couldn't raise you afterward, so we assumed interference or a partial transmission. Figured we'd confirm when you checked in." Behind me, I heard Kyle shift. The air in the room seemed to press closer. What did you hear?" I asked. "Like I said, mostly noise," the operator replied. "Signal was weak, lots of breakup. We did get part of a male voice in there, though. Hard to make out. Sounded like someone here with us. Please." And then it cut out. "We logged it and kept an ear on your channel for a bit. No follow-up, so we assumed it was a bad line, maybe a test." He said it casually, like he was describing a glitch in a software program. Not the exact phrase that had slid out of a dead radio speaker in a dark concrete room while footsteps sloshed inside the walls. I could hear my own heart pounding now, not metaphorically, but literally, in my ears. A dull, rhythmic thud that threatened to drown out his words. The generator's vibration under my boots seemed to sync with it, matching the tempo, as if the whole tower had decided to keep time with my fear. Somewhere in the stairwell, faint but present, there was a slow drip. I had not heard it before I picked up the phone. Now it was there at the edge of my awareness. A steady, irregular tap, 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 like water falling from somewhere it did not belong. There were no pipes in that shaft, no exposed tanks, just concrete, steel, and air. 721? The operator prompted. Was that you at 0212? Do we need to escalate this? We can put in for a medevac. Send a flight instead of just the boat. If you've got a medical emergency, we'd rather overreact than underreact. The sensible answer was yes. The honest answer was, I do not know. But something is very wrong here. If I had said that, if I had let even a little of what was actually happening leak into that clean room on shore, more people would have been involved. A helicopter crew, maybe a medical team, another cutter, more boots on that rock. Something in me recoiled from that idea. I had a sudden, vivid image of strangers climbing the same metal stairs, touching the same rails, walking into the lantern room with its ring of damp, unbuckling helmets where Kyle and I had unrolled sleeping bags, opening the maintenance closet where the logbook sat, each of them another moving part for whatever shared space we were in with this thing. No, I heard myself say. No, that wasn't us. Must have been interference. We had a brief power blip around then, but we're fine now. Systems are stable. We just need a pickup. Standard boat's fine. The lie left my mouth smoothly, like I had practiced it. Years of dealing with bosses who did not want problems, only solutions, had trained that reflex well. The drip in the stairwell got louder in my head, though the actual sound did not change. Each drop landed with a soft, irritating finality, as if it was punctuating my sentence. You sure? The operator asked. There was a hint of concern there now, a sliver of genuine human worry trying to push through protocol. If that distress call came from your station, we're obligated to... It wasn't us, I said, a little too quickly. My fingers tightened on the handset until the plastic creaked. We've had some interference out here before. You know how it is. Old equipment, salt air. We're okay. Just ready to be off this rock. There was a pause. I imagined him looking at a screen, at our station ID, at the log entry with the recorded time. Imagined him weighing the cost of a helicopter against the flatness of my tone. Copy 721, he said finally. We'll dispatch a small cutter as soon as we can. Sea state's a little rough, so it may take a bit, but you're on the board. Roger, I said. The word felt ridiculous and small. We'll be ready. Keep this line free unless you have an emergency, he added. If anything changes, you call back. Understood? Understood, I said. I hung up. For a moment, I just stood there, my hand still on the handset, eyes on the blank wall above the phone. The room seemed too bright. The emergency LEDs, the inverter display, the strip of sunlight leaking in under the door. They all felt harsh, like someone had turned the contrast up too high. The drip in the stairwell continued. I set the handset back into its cradle and turned my head toward the sound. Do you hear that? I asked. Kyle nodded slowly, eyes never leaving the door. Yeah, he said. Been hearing it since you picked up the phone. We both knew there was nothing there to leak. No pipe, no tank, no hose. Just a shaft of air and steel running up through the tower like a throat. I thought about telling him what the operator had said, about the half-heard words, the logged distress. I thought about how, by denying it, I had kept additional people from coming out. At the time, I framed it as protecting others, keeping them away from whatever had its hand on this place. Later, sitting at that fluorescent-lit desk with the incident report in front of me and the phrase, "Someone here, not alone," spelled out in black and white, I would realize there was another, uglier layer to it. By lying, I had also made sure that if anything went truly wrong before the cutter arrived, there would be only 2 names on the list. 2 bodies to account for, 2 sets of footprints to follow to the edge of the rock, and no more. I wished, briefly and uselessly, that interference had been a real thing you could blame everything on. Something mechanical, something with a manual. Instead, all I had was a phone that had spoken without me, a logbook that said she wanted what was hers, and the knowledge that whatever was dripping in the stairwell was not water and was not done counting. 5.3, leaving the rock. Waiting to leave felt longer than any of the nights we had spent there. We hauled our gear down to the narrow concrete ledge on the calmer side of the rock sometime mid-morning, after the extraction was confirmed. The sky was still that same low, unbroken gray, but the light had shifted just enough to tell me the day was moving, whether I wanted it to or not. The sea had picked up. The swells were not huge, but they were restless, shouldering into the rock in slow, heavy waves that sent vibrations up through our boots. The air smelled stronger out there, salt, diesel, and the faint, sour breath of whatever the ocean had been hiding at its lowest levels. We sat on our duffel bags like travelers waiting at the wrong gate. Behind us, Greyhook went on with its job as if we were irrelevant. The generator hummed underground. The tower clicked and buzzed as relays tripped and reset in their normal cycles. Up in the lantern room, the lens turned with perfect, dispassionate rhythm, throwing its beam out over the water at precise intervals. If anyone had been watching from a distance, some fishing boat or a ship changing course, it would have looked like any other well-maintained automated aid to navigation. It was almost insulting how normal it appeared. We had shut the stairwell door behind us, but I could feel the tower at my back like a presence. Every little creak, every adjustive sigh of metal on concrete, registered now as something closer to language. Fog flirted with us all afternoon. Banks of it formed on the horizon, thick white walls that crawled slowly closer, then thinned and shredded just before they reached us, as if something in the air above the rock did not want them actually touching Greyhook. The visibility would drop for a few minutes, the sea and sky blurring into a single gray void, then clear just enough to show us the line between water and air again. Kyle sat a few feet away from me, near the edge, where the concrete gave way to raw, wet stone. His duffel was next to him, but he barely seemed aware of it. His jacket had dried out in patches, leaving dark and light stains like tide lines. He stared straight ahead, eyes unfocused, mouth pressed into a thin line. "You good?" I asked, more out of obligation than expectation. He blinked slowly. "We're leaving," he said. It was not an answer exactly, but I took it as one. We said very little after that. The sound of the waves filled most of the silence. They came in sets, smacking against the rock with a heavy slap, then rolling underneath it with a hollow boom that seemed to come up from the stone itself. Between gusts of wind, those booms left small pockets where there was almost no sound at all. Those seconds felt thick, like the air itself had weight. In some of those pockets, I could have sworn I heard something else. It was not clear enough to name. A high, thin tone riding the top of the wind. A pattern in the rush of air that almost made syllables. Once, just once, I thought I heard something that sounded like a child's voice calling from far down the shoreline. Except there was no shoreline, only sheer rock dropping straight into the water. I told myself it was just the way wind twists around structures, how our brains are built to find words in noise. Pareidolia, audio edition. I stared harder at the horizon and tried not to listen. Sometime in the long stretch between late morning and whatever passed for afternoon out there, the distant thrum of engines began to thread into the soundscape. At first I thought it was my imagination, but it grew slowly until it had a clear direction and source. The Coast Guard cutter announced itself with a single horn blast as it came into view, short, metallic, rolling over the waves like a cold knife through cloth. The sound bounced off the rock, echoed up the tower, and dissolved into the wind. The boat, when it got close enough to make out details, looked impossibly solid and reassuring after days of nothing but gray water and concrete. White hull, red slash, engines digging into the sea. To anyone else, it would have looked like nothing more than a routine run to a boring station. Deckhands moved on its deck with practiced economy. I could hear them shouting over the wind, short, clipped phrases we could not quite catch. A line arced through the air, rope hissing as it paid out, then slapped onto the concrete ledge. A metal hook clanged against one of the embedded rings at our feet. "Got you!" one of the crew shouted. As much to themselves as to us, we stood. My legs felt stiff, like they had forgotten how to do anything but climb tight spirals. Kyle moved like someone walking through chest-deep water. His face was expressionless, his hands careful on the duffel strap, as if sudden movements might draw attention. We shuffled along the ledge as the cutter eased itself in and out with the swells, timing the jump like we had on the way in. A crewman reached for our bags, helping to haul them aboard. The gap between rock and boat seemed wider this time, the slice of green water more eager. I went first. For a moment I was suspended over that gap again, the cold breath of the ocean reaching up, the rock and metal equally uncaring. Then my boots hit the non-skid deck, the thud of it echoing up through my bones. Kyle followed, landing harder than he needed to. A crewman clapped him on the shoulder, said something I did not catch. Kyle nodded without looking. Lines were released. Hooks clanged as they were pulled free. The engines revved, the boat surging away from the rock with a lurch that made my stomach flip. I could not stop myself from looking back. Greyhook stood where it always had and always would, at least until someone put dynamite to it. The white tower rose out of the raw black rock, its windows blank, its paint streaked with rust. The lantern room glass caught what weak daylight there was, throwing back flat reflections. The beam itself was faint in the daytime, but I could still see the movement. That slow, indifferent turn, the light sweeping over water that no one might be there to see. At the base of the tower, where the concrete foundation met the rough, wet stone, the waves sucked and slapped. For just a fraction of a second, as the boat's angle shifted and the bow lifted on a swell, I thought I saw something standing there. A small figure, half in water, half out. Too still for spray, too solid for a shadow. The suggestion of a head tilted up toward us, a dark shape where a hand might be. I blinked, hard. The next time my eyes found the spot, there was nothing but white foam sliding back into the sea and the black teeth of rock shining with fresh water. I turned away, telling myself it had been a trick of light and contrast. The kind of thing the brain does to itself when it has seen too many impossible pieces and is trying to arrange them into a story with a beginning and an end. The ride back was a blur compared to the days on the rock. The engine noise and the constant motion of the hull under my feet were almost soothing. Land reappeared as a darker smudge against the lighter sky. then resolved into cliffs, then buildings, then the familiar clutter of a Coast Guard station. We docked. Lines were thrown, cleats clanked, boots thudded onto wood planks. The air on shore smelled different, less raw, more polluted, if I am being honest. A mix of exhaust, old oil, and something nearly floral from the scrubby plants along the perimeter fence. Inside the station, fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The floor did not move. The walls were straight, not curved. The sounds of phones, keyboards, and distant conversations leaked out of open office doors. Debrief was thin. My supervisor sat behind a metal desk with a laminated calendar tacked to the wall behind him. There was a coffee ring on one corner of his paperwork. When I stepped in, he barely looked up at first, tapping a pen against a form. "So," he said eventually, scanning the report I had filled out. "Mechanical issues resolved. Crew requesting early extraction." He flipped a page. "Generator stable, light functioning, no structural concerns. That about cover it?" "More or less," I said. My voice sounded too flat, even to me. "We had some rotation faults, some weird power blips. We cleared what we could. I noted it in the log." He made a small, non-committal noise. "Seen worse," he said. "Old stations do old station things." He initialed one section, signed another, barely letting the pen slow. As he moved the papers, another sheet underneath slid into view for a second. A different header, internal circulation. I caught the words Station 721 Greyhook at the top, along with phrases that snagged my eye. Low strategic value, recurring anomalies, recommendation, decommission, full discontinuance of service. Someone had circled recurring anomalies in blue ink and drawn a question mark next to it. In the margin, next to a line about O212 rotation faults, another hand had written a single word. Again? My supervisor noticed my gaze and casually flipped that sheet over, tucking it deeper into the stack. "Nothing you need to worry about," he said. "Paper pushers arguing with each other. Budget, priorities, that kind of thing. You did your part. Get some rest. We'll put you on something closer in next rotation." He slid my copy of the incident report across the desk. A neat line of black text and checkboxes summarizing 10 days on a rock, as if they had been nothing more than a routine maintenance run with a minor inconvenience. As I walked out past the reception area, past the bulletin board with weather updates and potluck announcements, I heard, faintly, the radio in the comms room crackle. A voice came through, clear and bored. Coordinates, headings, the language of people who trusted their equipment and the sea just enough to work in both. I thought about the sat phone, dead in my hand in the dark. The voice that had slipped through static saying, "Not alone." The old logbook note. She keeps asking for what's hers. Decommissioning Greyhook would not change what had happened there. It would not change the time on the call logs, or the fact that somewhere under the concrete soaked into the rock, there was a sequence of counted things. Coat, sleeve, hair. We left the rock. The story did not. 6.1. Trying to go back to normal. You would think that once your boots are back on asphalt, the ocean would stay where it belongs. For a while, it almost did. They cycled me back into the regular rotation after Greyhook. No more offshore rocks for the moment. Someone somewhere must have decided I had earned at least a partial break. Instead, I got the usual string of coastal sites. Pier lights, small harbor beacons, a couple of river range markers, a tide station that just needed its sensor swapped and its housing scraped clean. On paper, it was normal work. My weeks filled up with miles and checklists. I drove long stretches of I-5, the highway unspooling in front of me like a gray ribbon, green exit signs ticking by. North to Bellingham one week, south toward Olympia the next. When the jobs took me out to the coast, I picked up 101 where it curled along the edge of the state, winding past logging roads and weather-beaten little towns with one bar, one gas station, and one motel whose sign buzzed in the dark. The break rooms all looked roughly the same. Cinderblock walls painted an optimistic color that the fluorescent lights drained anyway. A microwave with someone's exploded spaghetti still crusted inside. A vending machine humming against a corner, its coils slowly rotating bags of chips and candy no one really wanted. Coffee pots burned black at the bottom, the smell of overcooked grounds soaked into every porous surface. I still knew how to be the guy I had been before Greyhook. The practical one, the electrician who talked in amps and voltages and didn't have much time for the spooky stories some of the older guys liked to trade when the weather pinned them inside. I could still make the same small talk, still complain about supply delays and traffic, and whoever had decided to spec a certain model of inverter that never quite lived up to its brochure. I could still sleep in cheap motels with single thin comforters and towels that smelled faintly of bleach and something floral. From the outside, I was fine. Inside was different. The first thing I noticed was how I reacted to fluorescent lights. I had worked under them my whole adult life, in hangars, in classrooms, in maintenance bays. They flicker. It is what they do. Before Greyhook, I never really gave it a thought. After Greyhook, every time a tube overhead buzzed and strobed, every time the ballast hiccuped and the light dropped out for a half second, my shoulders tightened, my body braced for silence, for the world to stop, for the footsteps to start up somewhere I couldn't see. In one old Coast Guard depot, the lights in the tool room were especially bad. They would buzz at a high pitch, go dim, then flare back bright at random intervals. More than once, I caught myself standing perfectly still in the middle of the room when it happened, listening, waiting for a drip that wasn't there, a voice that wouldn't quite resolve out of the static from the radio in the corner. The phantom drip followed me everywhere. I started hearing it in places where water had no business being. The back office of a marina with a laminate floor and a humming mini-fridge. A warehouse in Tacoma where the air was bone dry and full of dust. My own kitchen, where the pipes had been replaced 2 years before, and the ceiling was spotless. It was never loud, just a faint, irregular tap, tap, tap at the edge of hearing. Like the sound had hitched a ride in my head and was now trying out the acoustics of every room I entered. I checked the ceilings more than I care to admit, ran my fingers along seams, looked for a dark line, a damp patch, any excuse to call a plumber instead of an exorcist. I never found anything. Nights were their own problem. Before Greyhook, the end of the day had been simple. You come home, you microwave something, you watch a little TV until your brain softens, then you go to bed. Appliances cycle on and off around you. The fridge hums, the AC kicks in. Somewhere, a neighbor's dryer spins itself to a stop. What I had never really noticed before is that every home has a moment, sometimes several, when everything lines up. The fridge is between cycles. The AC fan has just wound down. The heater is not running. The street outside is between cars. The upstairs neighbor has paused the TV for 1 second, 2 at most. Everything that makes noise just pauses. Most people never notice it, or if they do, they experience it as relief, a little breath of quiet in a noisy world. After Greyhook, that breath felt like the moment before your head goes under. I started sleeping with a box fan on in my bedroom. Big, square, cheap. I set it on the dresser and cranked it up to its highest setting. The white noise it produced was ugly, loud, and a little rattly, but it was continuous. It turned the nights back into a single wash of sound instead of a series of cliffs and valleys. Silence, I learned, was worse than any noise. I would lie there on my back, the fan roaring, the glow from the alarm clock painting green numbers on the wall. When the fridge in the kitchen kicked off, I could still feel it. My body noting the absence and then scolding itself because the fan was still there. The world hadn't stopped. Nothing was coming up the stairs. I never saw Kyle again in the field. When I came back from Greyhook, his name was still on the roster for a while, but it always showed up next to desk assignments, inventory, scheduling, data reconciliation, whatever that meant. Rumor around the bays was that he had asked for anything that's not offshore and pushed the paperwork through himself. Then, a few months later, his name stopped appearing at all. Someone told me they'd heard he'd moved back inland, closer to his parents. Eastern Washington, maybe Idaho. Somewhere with wheat fields and dry air and no salt on the wind. Stopped taking field contracts altogether, the guy said, shrugging. Guess the travel caught up with him. I nodded like that made sense. In a way it did. You can only spend so many years crawling around wet metal structures before your body starts tallying up the corrosion. I never called him. He never called me. Sometimes I would be driving a stretch of road we'd once driven together, some lonely part of 101 where the trees crowd close and the radio stations drop to static, and I'd get the urge to dial his number, just to hear him answer, to confirm that he was still a real person on the other end of a line. I always talked myself out of it. What would I say? Hey man, remember that time something put pieces of a coat into our machine and then asked for them back? There's no casual version of that conversation. So life went on, in the way life does. I fixed control boards. I cleaned corrosion off terminals. I filled out forms. I sat in 2 bright break rooms and stared at microwaves counting down from 3 minutes, listening to the fan in the back whir. For a while, I even started to believe it was behind me. The memories didn't go away, but they scabbed over. The logbook entries about Zo2-12, the feeling of a hand on my back. Kyle's flat voice saying she just wants her stuff back. They all got filed away in the part of my brain where people store near accidents and relationship implosions and the really bad dreams they tell themselves not to think about. I met someone for a while. It didn't last, but there were nights with company anyway. Movies, cheap takeout, laughter that did not sound forced. Those things help dilute the taste of whatever else is in your head. A few months after Greyhook, 4, maybe 5, I could look it up, but that feels like inviting it. I had one of those rare nights where, for once, the dark did not feel loaded. I had worked a long day inland, no ocean in sight. Changed out a panel at a river station, drove back through a strip of suburbs with identical cul-de-sacs and chain restaurants. I came home, made something simple for dinner, watched half a game on TV without really caring who won. The box fan in the bedroom was off. It was cooler now, and I thought maybe I could handle the normal sounds of my apartment again. By the time I went to bed, I felt almost ordinary. I woke up to my phone ringing. For a second, I thought it was my alarm and went to slap at it. Then I realized the tone was wrong. The default ring, the one I never bothered changing because I barely used it. Bright, insistent, too loud in the dark. The room was black except for the clock. 2:12 a.m. The ringtone kept cycling. That little ascending pattern I'd heard 100 times during the day, but never in the middle of the night. The screen was face down on the nightstand, the vibration making it creep slowly toward the edge. I did not pick it up. I stared at it, the sound drilling into my ears, the green numbers of the clock sitting just above it like a caption. My hand stayed exactly where it was on the blanket, fingers curled. After the 4th or 5th cycle, the ringing stopped. The sudden quiet was worse. The phone buzzed once, a notification, the polite little tone it made when a call rolled to voicemail. Then the apartment's ordinary noises rushed back in. The faint hum of the fridge, the tick of something cooling in the wall, the distant rumble of a truck on I-5. I lay there, very still, listening to my heart pound against my ribs. The next morning, I checked the call log. There it was. Timestamp, 2:12 a.m., caller ID, unknown. I stared at the screen for a long time, thumb hovering over the little arrow that would take me to the voicemail. I didn't tap it. 6.2. The voicemails. I did not listen to the first voicemail right away. That morning, after the 2:12 call, I did the normal things first. I showered, I made coffee. I stood in my kitchen staring at nothing while the machine hissed and sputtered, pretending that I had not spent half the night staring at a dark phone screen like it was a loaded gun. Eventually, there was nothing left to do but pick it up. The notification dot glowed red. One new voicemail, timestamp, 2:12 a.m. I sat down at the kitchen table, the same cheap laminate I had had since my first apartment. The fridge hummed steadily behind me. Somewhere above, my neighbor's TV murmured faint talk show laughter through the floor. I put the phone on speaker, set it on the table between my hands, and hit play. The first sound was static. Not the clean hiss you get on a dead radio channel, but the kind made when wind hits a microphone and the device can't quite filter it out. A messy, scraping roar that rose and fell in irregular waves. Underneath that, faint but there, was metal. At first it was just a suggestion, a soft, distant ringing, like someone had hit a railing with the toe of a boot a long time ago, and the sound was only reaching me now. The more I listened, the more it resolved into a pattern. Not music, not speech. A rhythm, impact, echo, decay, impact, echo, decay. Stairs. That was what it reminded me of. Footsteps on metal steps, heard from far away. Near the middle of the clip, the static dropped in volume for a heartbeat, and something else slid into the gap. A single breath. It was long and slow, drawn out past what felt comfortable. It had a wet quality to it, a thickness, like the air being pulled in had to move through something more than just a throat. It sounded like lungs that had been soaked too long trying to remember how to expand. Then the static rose again, swallowing it. There were no words. No obvious voice saying my name or telling me to get off the rock or any of the things people claim to hear in late-night radio dramas. Just noise that should not have felt as specific as it did. The voicemail ended with a little digital click. My kitchen reassembled itself around the absence of sound. Fridge, upstairs TV, some car passing outside on wet asphalt. I sat there for a long time, staring at the phone. If it had stopped there, if it had been a one-time glitch, a single weird message left by a crossed signal, I might have been able to file it away with the rest of the gray hook debris in my head. Bad coincidence. Faulty routing. Some other poor bastard's line getting tangled with mine. It did not stop there. The calls did not come every night. That would have been too easy, in a way. Humans are very good at adapting to patterns, even terrible ones. If something happens on a timetable, your brain starts building routines around it. armor in the shape of expectation. Instead, they came sometimes. Weeks would go by with nothing at all. I would sleep through 2:12 like any other minute of the night. I would wake at my alarm, check my phone, see nothing but the usual spam texts and missed sale alerts. During those gaps, I would start to think, quietly, that whatever had followed me home had gotten bored. Then, without warning, I'd wake up in the dark to that same ringtone, the same glance at the clock, the same digits. 2:12 a.m. Sometimes I let it ring out and go to voicemail. Sometimes I stared at it until the sound stopped, heart hammering, the green numbers on the clock burning into my eyes. Once or twice, in a moment of something that wasn't quite courage and wasn't quite stupidity, I almost answered. I never did. The voicemails stacked up. Each one was short, less than 30 seconds. Each one came from unknown. Each one felt like someone had pointed a microphone at a place where no phone should reach. They were never identical. In some, the static sounded more like wind, a long, low roar punctuated by sharper gusts, like air being forced through narrow cracks. In others, the layer underneath shifted. One message had a deep, slow booming in the background, almost too low to hear, like waves hitting the underside of rock. Every few seconds, there was a hollow thud, followed by a hiss that my brain instinctively labeled as water retreating, even though I knew it was just noise. Another had a single knock right in the middle of it, just one. A clear, solid rap, like knuckles on a wall. It landed once, then was gone, swallowed by the rush of static. I replayed it a dozen times, trying to convince myself it was some kind of electrical artifact. It always sounded like a knock. One of the worst started with something like humming. It was faint, almost lost under the hiss, and high-pitched. The kind of tuneless sound children make when they are absorbed in some task. A rise and fall of a few notes, not an actual song, just the motion of melody with no destination. It wove through the rest of the noise, dipping in and out, as if whoever was making it did not care whether they were heard. That one made my skin crawl so badly, I threw the phone across the room. It bounced off the couch and landed face down on the carpet, the speaker still buzzing weakly until the clip ran out. I tried to be rational. I called my provider. They were polite, confused. They checked my account, my settings, my voicemail server. Unknown is just how blocked or unregistered numbers display, the rep said. Could be spam that's not being identified properly. Could be a glitch on the back end. We recommend not engaging and blocking if possible. I changed my number. The calls stopped, at least at first. I slept better for a couple of weeks, comforted by the illusion that I had closed a door. Then, one night, the phone on the nightstand rang. Same tone, same time. 2:12 a.m., caller ID, unknown. The dread that washed over me was almost a physical thing. Heavy, cold, familiar. I let that one go to voicemail without touching it. The next morning, there it was, sitting in the log alongside a couple of missed calls from real people and a text about a bill. I changed carriers. In the store, under bright lights, talking to a guy in a polo shirt who knew everything about data plans and nothing about things that follow you out of the ocean, it felt like a normal errand. New SIM, new account. Fresh start. I told myself the prior voicemails would stay tethered to the old network, that whatever route they had followed to get to me before would be severed. Maybe deep down, I believed the thing on the other end was bound by the same rules as marketing robocalls. A month later, at 2:12 a.m., my new phone rang. Unknown. I stopped pretending after that. The steps I took after were less about tech support and more about damage control. I stopped saving the messages. As soon as a new one came in, I would listen once, just enough to confirm it was the same flavor of wrong, and then delete it. The idea of them piling up in some cloud server, a growing archive of noise, made my skin itch. The worst one came on a night when I had been stupid enough to think alcohol would help. I had gone out with a couple of guys from work, one of those half-hearted bar nights where everyone complains about supervisors and contracts and their backs. I had more beers than I usually do, just enough to take the edges off without blurring things completely. When I got home, I fell into bed fully dressed, the room already spinning a little. The ringtone cut through whatever thin sleep I had managed to find like a knife. 2:12 a.m. I was too slow to muster my usual paralysis. Annoyance got there first. Drunk and exhausted, I grabbed the phone and hit play on the voicemail without waiting until morning, like I was swatting at a mosquito. Static, of course. But this time it was thinner, the background noise less overwhelming. Whoever or whatever was on the other end had stepped closer. Under the hiss, I heard the low boom of waves, a few distinct, hollow impacts, like metal being touched at intervals, then breathing. That same wet, strained inhale I recognized all too well. Then a phrase pushed its way through. There's someone here, with us. The words were mangled, the consonants chewed, but they were there. The exact phrasing the Coast Guard operator had read off the incident report months earlier. The one he said they had heard at 2:12 a.m. from Greyhook's ID. Hearing them now, in my own dark bedroom, they landed differently. It was my voice. Not perfectly. Not like a recording from a meeting or a voicemail I had actually left, but close enough that every hair on my arms stood up. The cadence was right. The way I clipped certain syllables. The slight flattening on someone. At the same time, it was wrong. There was a drag to it, like each word had been recorded underwater and then played back through a machine that did not quite understand human speech. Some syllables stretched, others snapped off too soon. It sounded like a copy of me made from fragments. Someone here with us. The last word broke apart into static. I stared at the phone until the screen went dark. Then I got up, went to the little toolbox in my closet, and took out a hammer. I set the phone on the kitchen floor. I did not hesitate. The first hit cracked the screen. The second and third shattered it, spider webs of black spreading through the glass. I kept going until the casing split and tiny components skittered out across the tile like beetles. When I was done, I stood there in the dim light over the stove, chest heaving, small pieces of plastic and metal around my feet. I knew it was pointless. Phones are just endpoints. Numbers are just labels. Changing them is like changing your hat and hoping your reflection in the mirror will forget who you are. Still, it felt good, briefly, to silence that particular piece of hardware, to reduce the conduit to parts. I swept the remains into a grocery bag, tied it shut, and dropped it in the outside trash bin. The night air smelled like rain and asphalt. When I went back inside, the apartment felt the same as always. Fridge humming, pipes ticking. Somewhere, another tenant's TV droning low. In the new silence of my kitchen, with no phone on the table, I could still hear it, faint and steady, at the edge of everything. Drip, 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 6.3, digging into records, eventually, not knowing hurt more than knowing might. I tried for a long time to treat Greyhook like a bad tour, one ugly stop on a long itinerary. You mark it off your list, you move on, you do not Google it at 3 in the morning. But every new voicemail, every phantom drip, every time I heard my own voice warped and sent back to me from nowhere, the same thought kept circling. If she keeps asking for what's hers, what did we actually take? One rainy Saturday when I did not have a job on the board, I gave in. I started with what I knew. Station code 7-21, informal name Greyhook Light, approximate coordinates from my old work orders. I logged into the internal system first, sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the fridge humming behind me and the cheap chair creaking under my weight. The internal database was nothing fancy, just an aging web portal with blue hyperlinks and forms that timed out too quickly. I put in 7-21 and Greyhook and every variation I could think of. The hits I got were thin. A few old maintenance tickets, a list of equipment installed there in the early 2000s, a couple of brief notes from techs before me, all in the same language I used when I did not want to get into details. Intermittent rotation faults, resolved on site. Odor in beacon room, no visible leak. Recommend follow-up when staffing allows. Nothing about families, nothing about storms, nothing about bodies. I tried the public side next. Coast Guard websites, archived lists of aids to navigation, PDFs of charts. Station 7-21 appeared in older documents, labeled as an offshore automated light, decommissioning review pending. But in the most recent charts I could access, the spot where Greyhook should have been was empty. No symbol, no notation. Just open water with a depth marking and a little note about a submerged hazard in rough seas. It was like the structure was in the process of being erased, on paper at least. I took a different angle. Property records. Every piece of infrastructure sits on something that belongs to someone, even if that someone is just the county or the federal government. So I spent a few afternoons in a county records office about an hour from the coast, where the jurisdiction lines got fuzzy and the maps got older. The office was exactly what you would expect. A low-ceilinged room with scuffed tile floors, rows of metal filing cabinets, and a counter with a bell that no one ever seemed to ring. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, the ballast in one fixture near the back stuttering just enough to buzz louder than the rest. The air conditioner rattled in the corner, blowing out a constant stream of too cold air that smelled faintly of dust and toner. Every time it cycled off, just for a second, to rest before kicking back on, the silence landed strangely in my bones. In those pauses, my memory filled in the gap with the rougher, deeper thrum of a diesel generator. The clerk on duty, a woman in her 50s with readers on a chain around her neck, barely looked up after I explained what I was after. "Old Lighthouse site?" she said, tapping on her keyboard with 2 fingers. "Offshore." She shrugged. "Might be under federal, might be in our old coastal easements. You can look through those cabinets over there. The maps are in the flat files." She waved me toward the back and went back to her solitaire game or budget spreadsheet, whatever was lighting up her screen in green boxes. I spent hours in that humming, overcooled room. The soundscape settled into a rhythm. The fluorescent buzz, the AC drone, the soft squeak of page turning, the occasional clack of a drawer sliding open or closed. My own breath, louder in my head than it had any right to be. I flipped through old parcel maps, tracing shorelines with my finger. On some, the rock was there, drawn as a small, irregular shape just off the coast, labeled with a code. On others, it was omitted, like it had never been part of the land they considered worth drawing. Deeper in the cabinets, I found photocopies of reports from the late 70s and early 80s. Most were dry, budget allocations, construction approvals, structural assessments. A few mentioned conversion to automation, removal of keeper personnel, installation of remote monitoring. And there, in a packet misfiled among unrelated documents, was what I had not known I was looking for until I saw it. It was a photocopy of an incident report, dated sometime in the mid-1980s. The header was faded, but I could make out the essentials: weather conditions, station name, the code 7 to 21, the word Greyhook half smudged by the machine. Most of the text was the usual bureaucratic language. Severe storm event, sustained winds, wave heights. There was a paragraph about damage to external structures. A small crane bent, some exterior railing torn off. There was a note about temporary loss of power, generator restart successful at 0318 hours. But halfway down the second page, the tone shifted. Contact with assigned keeper family lost during storm window, it read. Attempts to raise via radio unsuccessful. There was a line about the Coast Guard cutter dispatched when conditions allowed, the boarding of the Rock 2 days after the storm, the assessment of structural damage. Then, clinical and flat. No personnel present on site at time of boarding. Below that, search and recovery operations initiated. Negative results. The more I read, the more my skin crawled. The report used phrases like presumed lost at sea and possible structural failure resulting in unobserved fall. There were mentions of adverse weather conditions and limited visibility. Someone had typed the words, "No further action recommended pending review," as if that settled anything at all. In the margin next to the assigned keeper family line, someone had made a small handwritten note in blue ink. Wife plus daughter, age 6, it said. My eyes started to blur. I flipped the page. The last section was about inventory discrepancies. Most of it was familiar. Fuel, tools, spare parts that had not matched the logged counts. Some items had been written off as lost to the storm. Others were noted as likely misplaced prior to event. Near the bottom of the list, another line had a faint handwritten note next to it, barely darker than the gray of the photocopy. Rain gear, 1 adult blue, 1 child yellow, missing from inventory. Someone had underlined missing twice. Beside it, in a different hand, a later note had been added in the margin. Bodies not recovered, wife and daughter. Rain gear missing from inventory, 1 adult blue, 1 child yellow. The words hit me harder than I was prepared for. The blue coat, the yellow sleeve, the hand in the wall, wrinkled and reaching. The childlike hum in one of the voicemails. The recorded phrase, "There's someone here with us." My vision tunneled for a second, the edges of the room going dark. The fluorescent hum above me elongated, turning into a higher-pitched whine that felt more like pressure than sound. The AC unit cut out, and for that brief mechanical silence, my brain filled in the missing noise with others. The clank of metal steps under unseen feet, the slow drip of water onto concrete, the wet pull of a breath that did not belong to anyone in this building. I closed my eyes, put a hand on the cool metal edge of the file cabinet, and forced myself to breathe until the room came back into focus. When I opened them, the note was still there. Bodies not recovered. Wife and daughter. Rain gear missing from inventory. 1 adult blue, 1 child yellow. It lined up too neatly. A lighthouse rock, a storm, a keeper, his wife, his 6-year-old child. Rain gear gone, no remains. Decades later, scraps of a blue coat jammed into a modern beacon. A torn yellow sleeve, child-sized, dripping on the floor. A clump of hair threaded with sea moss. A voice at 2:12 saying my words back to me like they had been caught in someone else's throat. I thought of the old tech's handwriting in the logbook on Greyhook. She keeps asking for what's hers. She had not gotten it. We had taken at least one piece of it off the rock in a trash bag, and even before that, some committee or budget officer, had taken something else. A house, a posting, a place to live. They had left 3 people on a stone in the path of a storm, and then written "no further action recommended" when the sea kept 2 of them. I made a copy of the incident report. The machine in the corner whirred, light passing under the glass with a soft shunk-shunk. The clerk did not look up. The paper that slid out was warm to the touch, the toner still smelling faintly of heat and plastic. I folded it and slid it into my bag like I was hiding something obscene. On my way out, the AC cycled off again. The brief silence dropped over the room. For that 1 second, with the fluorescent buzz hanging in the air and the clerk's pen scratching paused mid-line, I heard it more clearly than I had in months. A slow, wet breath. In. Out. Patient. I opened the door faster than I needed to and stepped out into the noise of the street, telling myself, like an idiot, that the sound had only lived in the records room. I knew better. Greyhook was not just a place on a rock anymore. It was a time. 2:12, and a set of missing objects on a list. It was a note in the margin and a voice in the static. It had come home with me long before I went looking for its paperwork. 7.1. Tonight's apartment, all the sounds I know right now. As I am typing this, I am in my kitchen in Tacoma. It is not much of a kitchen. 1-bedroom apartment, ground floor, old building. The kind where the walls remember the last tenants and the plumbing is always a little surprised to find itself still working. The rent is barely affordable, which means you can hear your neighbors even when you do not want to. And the parking lot always smells faintly like wet oil. The green digits on the stove clock say 2:03 a.m. When I started this, they said 1:47. I remember because I stared at the numbers for a long time, arguing with myself about whether starting now was bravery or stupidity. But I could not bring myself to write this at noon under fluorescent lights at the warehouse, or on my lunch break with forklifts beeping and the PA barking messages about dock assignments. This story belongs to the dark. That is the problem. I am sitting at the small laminate table that came with the apartment, the kind with fake wood grain that shines in the wrong places. The laptop is in front of me, screen brightness turned down so it does not light up the whole room. The glow is enough to paint my hands in a pale blue, fingers hovering over the keys between sentences like they are listening. To my left is the fridge, old, white, scuffed near the bottom where people's shoes have bumped it for years. The compressor is cycling as I type this. When it kicks in, it makes a low, grinding rattle, like someone shaking a coffee can full of screws very softly. It vibrates just enough that the magnet with the takeout menu on the door buzzes against the metal. Behind me in the window, the blinds are half closed. I can see slices of the parking lot through them. Sodium streetlights stain the wet asphalt an ugly orange. Every now and then, a car rolls by on the street beyond, tires hissing on the damp. The sound arrives in layers, faint at first, then louder as it passes the front of the building, then fading again, like a breath drawn in and let out. The AC unit in the living room window is technically off-season, but I run it sometimes just for the noise. Tonight, it is on low. From here, I can hear the fan in its cheap plastic housing turning, blades slightly unbalanced. The motor hums, then adds a little clank every now and then when something inside shifts. It pumps out air that is not really cold anymore. just moving. Above me, the upstairs neighbor's TV is going. The guy works swings at a machine shop, I think. He comes home around midnight and turns on old sitcom reruns like clockwork. Right now, I can hear the muffled shape of canned laughter leaking through the ceiling. Thick, distant bursts of mirth that do not belong to anyone I can see. There is a wall clock on the far side of the room. Cheap analog thing with a white face and black hands that tick instead of sweep. Every second, it makes a tiny, dry click that I would not have heard years ago. But now I do. It sits between the door to the bedroom and the pantry, marking out the seconds that are left until 2:12. I know what time is coming. That is the part I cannot get around. On the worst nights, the calls come. On the less bad nights, they do not. But even when the phone stays quiet, there is always that moment the world takes for itself. One single second when everything mechanical in the building decides to line up. Most people never notice it. Ask anyone who has never stood on a rock in the dark, listening to footsteps inside concrete, and they will tell you they sleep through everything. The fridge turns off. The heater cycles. The neighbor's TV cuts to commercial. A car passes, and then it is quiet, and then the next sound comes, and the brain is wise enough to smooth the gaps over. I do not get to smooth them over anymore. I have noticed that every space I live in has a signature silence, a particular instant when all the background noises that blur together most of the time take a breath at the same time. In my old rental after Greyhook, it was when the baseboard heater shut off, the mini fridge paused, and the building's pipes stopped complaining for 1 second before the neighbor flushed something and it all started again. Here, in this apartment, it is when the fridge finishes a cycle. The AC has reached its half-hearted target. The upstairs sitcom goes to a commercial break, and the clock on the wall reaches the top of a minute. If you are not listening for it, you will miss it. But I am listening. The laptop keys click softly under my fingers as I type this out for someone who reads horror stories into a microphone. That is still absurd to me, by the way. I am not writing this for the Coast Guard. Not for a report. Not for cops. I am writing this for a stranger with a good voice and a subscriber count. It feels stupid and necessary at the same time. The warehouse where I work now sits somewhere beyond my window, in the dark, closer to the freeway. I can picture it. The neon beer sign glowing in the bar across the street. The forklifts parked in a neat row, their beepers quiet for once. The break room with its burnt coffee smell, and the microwave with the door that does not shut unless you lift it a little while you push. I could have gone in on overtime tonight, buried myself in routine. Instead, I am here, watching the stove clock march in 1-minute jumps. 2:04, 2:05, I am aware of every sound in my apartment. The fridge compressor has shifted into a lower register, like it is getting tired. The AC unit gives a little cough as it adjusts. A car door out in the lot slams, and then a soft jingle of keys follows. Someone laughs outside, that half-drunk, late-night kind of laugh, and then their steps fade down the sidewalk. If I close my eyes, I can map the room through sound alone. The fridge to my left, the faint hiss of cold air leaking around its seal. The AC to my right, its blower making a constant, low rush. The upstairs TV punctuating it all with those synthetic laughs. The clocks tick like a tiny hammer. I do not close my eyes. I am very aware that I have never tried to write all of this down at night before. Not like this. Not in one sitting. I have told myself pieces during the day, in my head. I have rehearsed sections like someone practicing a testimony they do not ever want to actually give. But I have never sat at my kitchen table this close to 2:12 and invited it all in. That is what it feels like. Invitation. I can feel the minutes dragging in my chest, each one heavier than the last. The voicemails I have not deleted yet sit somewhere on a server I will never see. The copy of the incident report I made is still in my bedroom drawer, folded and worn at the crease. Kyle is somewhere inland, I hope, sleeping in a house where the only water sounds are pipes that can be fixed. I am here, trying to thread all of it together into a story a stranger will read into the dark for thousands of people who think they are just trying to spook themselves to sleep. In the story, this is the part where you want a warning, a knock, a flicker, some obvious sign that something is about to happen. The truth is, you usually only get the sign afterwards. I am typing the sentence about every apartment having that 1 second when everything lines up, when all the machines exhale at once. I am trying to explain it clearly, how for most people it is nothing, and for me it is the one moment I dread more than any noise the world can throw at me. As I hit the period at the end of that thought, the fridge gives a little shudder. It is a familiar sound, a rattle, a sigh, the compressor deciding it has done enough for now. I feel the vibration stop against the side of my leg, where it is closest to the cabinet. The hum that has been under my hearing for the last 20 minutes clicks out. Almost at the same time, the AC fan in the other room winds down. It spirals through its dying note, that descending whine, then stops. The little vibration in the wall beside me fades. Above me, the upstairs TV drops from faint chatter to nothing. No laugh track, no dialogue. The ceiling suddenly feels thicker. Outside, the street is between cars. No tires on wet asphalt, no distant horns. Even the far-off freeway hiss seems to hold its breath. The clock on the wall ticks. Just once, and then, for a heartbeat, even that seems to hesitate. 1 second balanced on the thin line between what has already happened and what is coming next. 7.2. The 2:12 call. There is a kind of silence that feels like someone has put their hand over the world's mouth. That is what drops into my kitchen. The fridge is dead still. No rattle, no hum. Just a white box full of cold air with nothing to say. The AC fan is off. The little tremor it sends through the floor is gone. The upstairs TV has vanished into whatever black screen comes between episodes and sleep. Outside, the last car has passed. No tires on wet asphalt, no engine noise, no distant siren stretching itself thin over the city. The only light is the laptop in front of me, painting the keys and my hands in pale blue. The words I just typed sit on the screen accusingly. For him, it's the moment he dreads more than anything. My ears ring in the sudden absence of everything else. I can hear my own pulse, a dull, steady thud inside my head, like someone tapping the inside of my skull with a soft hammer. When I swallow, the dry click in my throat sounds too loud, like it belongs on a microphone feed. The clock on the wall decides to move again. The tick is sharp, clean. My eyes flick to the stove clock. 2:12 a.m. Of course, the phone on the table vibrates before it rings, skittering half an inch on the laminate like something trying to get away. Then the ringtone hits. It is cheap, default, the kind of ascending chime nobody ever chooses on purpose and nobody ever bothers to change. In the middle of this silence, it sounds surgical, too bright. Each note slices the air into pieces. The screen lights up, throwing a hard rectangle of white onto the underside of my face and the ceiling above. My own reflection stares back at me in the black border, eyes wide, skin washed out, mouth pressed flat. On the screen, where a name should be, it says what it always says: unknown. Below that, in smaller text, the time. 2:12, the phone keeps singing its stupid little song. Each loop a reminder that all I would have to do to make it stop is move my hand 3 inches and touch the glass. I have never answered these calls. That has been my one rule. The thin line I drew for myself in the dark months after Greyhook. I will listen to the voicemails in the morning. I will call my provider. I will change numbers, change carriers, crush the plastic into shards if I have to. But I will not, under any circumstances, put that line directly to my ear while whatever is on the other side is waiting. Now, with the cursor blinking at the end of the last sentence of this story, I realize how close I have steered myself to that line. The thought comes quick and unwelcome. If I answer, maybe it ends. Maybe it is a loop that wants closing. A circuit that has been open since a storm in the 80s. A wave, a fall, a missing blue coat, and a missing yellow one. Maybe all of this has been pressure building behind a stuck valve, and the only way to keep it from cracking further is to finally, stupidly, say hello. The next thought is worse. If I answer, maybe it gets worse. Maybe the reason it has stayed on the other side of recordings and static is because even whatever rules govern this kind of wrongness have limits. Maybe the unspoken agreement so far has been, we talk around each other, but not to each other. My fingers lift off the keyboard and hover over the phone instead. I do not realize how close I have leaned in until I catch my reflection in the screen again, closer, distorted. The light from the phone and the laptop together throws weird shadows across the table, making my own hands look longer than they are. The ringtone cycles, starts again. The phone's little speaker works hard, shoving those notes into the room on repeat. Under it, the rest of the world is still on pause. It takes me a second to notice the other sound. At first, I think it is my pulse, reshaping itself, or some quirk in the ringtone itself that I never picked up before. But as I listen, tuning out the top layer, I hear it more clearly. Metal, not loud, not upfront, but woven under the cheerful chime like someone slipped a backing track in without telling the band. A hollow ring, then a softer echo. A rhythm, impact, echo, decay. It sounds like someone walking on stairs far away while the phone is pressed to a live line. Not a recording of stairs. The quality is wrong for that. More like the sound is bleeding through from another place, another piece of audio, and the circuits do not know where to put it. So they just stack it. My skin prickles. The hair on my arms lifts. The picture in my head is instantaneous. The spiral staircase inside Greyhook, wrapping around the hollow center, each step a metal tongue waiting for weight. The way footsteps sounded when they were not attached to anyone visible. The ringtone keeps going, oblivious. My hand is hovering over the screen now, fingers curled like I'm about to knock on a door. I can feel the warmth of the phone's surface against my palm, the faint buzzing tickle of the vibration motor under the glass. All it would take is the tiniest movement, a tap to connect. I stay there, suspended, feeling ridiculous and terrified in equal measure. This is the part where you expect some revelation. A voice in my head telling me what to do. A knock at the door. A power surge that decides for me. None of that happens. What does happen is smaller and somehow worse. The ringtone simply runs out of allotted patience. The phone finishes its last cycle and then, with a little huff of silence, stops ringing. For half a second, there is nothing. Then it vibrates once, a sharp, brief buzz, and the sound of that tiny motor feels almost obscene in the quiet. On the screen, a banner slides down. Voicemail. One new message. The world decides it has held its breath long enough. Somewhere in the building, a compressor kicks back to life. The fridge to my left shudders, then resumes its low, grinding hum. The AC unit coughs once and starts blowing air again, blades slightly out of balance. Upstairs, the neighbor's TV resumes its droning laugh track muffled through layers of drywall and insulation. The clock on the wall ticks, then ticks again. Each second comes back into its normal place, one after another, the way they always do. For a moment, I allow myself to think, maybe that is it. Same as all the other times. A missed call, a bit of poison waiting in the message folder, and nothing else. Then I hear it, behind me near the kitchen wall, low near the floor where the baseboard meets painted plaster. Drip, just one drop. The sound of water hitting laminate is small, but it has a particular character. A tiny slap, a faint ring. I have heard it thousands of times. Condensation, spilled drinks, leaks. My brain recognizes it instantly. There are no pipes in that wall. I do not turn around. The laptop screen in front of me shows the last line I wrote. The cursor still blinking, like it is waiting to see what I choose to do next. On the table between my hands, the phone sits face up, screen dimming, patiently holding a new message from somewhere I have never wanted to call back. 7.3, I do not listen. I keep my eyes on the laptop screen. The cursor blinks at the end of the last sentence I just typed, the one about the drip behind me. The light from the screen is steady, soft, the only glow in the room now that the phone has gone dim again. My own reflection sits faintly in the black border, a ghost overlaying the words. I do not turn around. If you have made it this far, you have probably already guessed the stupid, simple truth. There is a reason people like me end up writing to channels like yours, instead of filing official reports or calling old coworkers. We are not looking for help. We are looking for a place to put the story where it cannot do any more damage than it already has. Another drip hits the floor behind me. This one is closer. The sound is small but sharp, like a fingertip tapping the laminate. It lands, pauses, and then, if I really listen, I can hear a second, even softer sound afterward, like something very lightly shifting its weight on metal. Not a full step, just an adjustment, a repositioning. The sink to my right is dry. I know this because I checked it before I sat down. No dishes, no running faucet, no slow leak from a loose joint. The wall behind me is interior, shared with the hallway. There are no pipes there, no reason for water. I keep my back to it anyway. My hands return to the keyboard, because that is something they understand. Typing is a task, a sequence. Letters in, letters out. I can lose myself in the rhythm of it if I try hard enough. I write about what I am not going to do. I am not going to get up from this chair. The muscles in my legs are tight, ready to move, but I keep them pinned by will and weight. The chair creaks once as I shift, then settles. The laptop's plastic edge presses into the heels of my palms. I am not going to turn and look at the wall behind me. I will not give the drip a shape. It already has enough. I am not going to pick up the phone and hit play on the new voicemail. It sits there on the table to my right, a flat, silent rectangle, screen black now, internal memory holding a fresh piece of static from a place I will not call. Another drip. This one comes as I type the word not. It hits with the same soft impact, then that faint, gritty scrape. I picture it without wanting to. A drop falling from something that has been in the water too long, hitting the floor, then a hand shifting on a rung to hold more weight. Above me, the ceiling is wrong. The upstairs neighbor's apartment has been part of my sound map since I moved in. His footsteps, his microwave, his always-on TV. I have learned the cadence of his nights through the floorboards. The front door slam at 12:15, the shower pipes rattling at 12:25, the television chatter leaking through until he passes out around 3. Right now, there is nothing. No murmur of dialogue, no laugh track, no bass tone from a commercial. Just a broad, heavy quiet sitting on the plaster overhead, like someone dragged a blanket across the entire ceiling. I glance at the clock on the stove. 2:16 a.m. The world is technically moving again. The fridge is humming. The AC is back on low, pushing air. Cars have started to exist on the street again. I hear one pass with a soft hiss of tires and a faint splash where it hits a puddle. Over all of it, the dripping continues. Slow, even, patient. This is where, in another kind of story, I would tell you that I finally stood up, that I turned, that I faced it, that I peeled back the wallpaper and found a rotten cavity full of hair and cloth and rusted dreams, and that confronting it gave me some kind of closure. This is not that story. Instead, I keep typing, and I start talking to you. Not directly. I am not going to tell you what to do with your own nights, but I can describe you well enough because I have been you. You listening to this in your car on a break, engine off, parked in the corner of some lot because you do not want anyone from work to see you killing time with ghost stories. Your heater ticking off, the vents going still. The dashboard fan briefly silent. For 1 second, no trucks passing on the highway. No music. Just you and the dull ringing in your own ears. You in your bedroom, headphones on, phone screen face down on the blanket beside you. Your AC cycling on and off in the corner. Your fridge out in the kitchen humming its little song, then stopping. The upstairs neighbor's footsteps pausing between trips to the bathroom. The house settling just enough that the walls do not creak for a breath. You on your couch, lights off. Using the glow from your TV as a nightlight while a stranger's voice pours this story into your living room. The ice maker in the freezer done dumping cubes. The fan blade in the lamp switching off after hours of being on. The street outside between sirens. In all of those places, you will have that 1 second. That one moment when everything mechanical agrees to shut up together. When the fridge, the fan, the heater, the neighbor, the traffic, the building itself all take the same breath at the same time. Most nights, you will not notice. Most nights, your brain will paper over the gap, and the next sound will rush in before you can register that there was ever a hole. But there will be nights, maybe tonight, maybe years from now, maybe never, when that second lands differently. When something in you has been primed by too many stories, too many strange calls, too many half-heard knocks, and your body decides to pay attention. In that second, if you are unlucky, you may hear something else. Not my voice. I am just the idiot typing in a kitchen in Tacoma, trying to empty a piece of gray hook out of his head. You might hear a drip where there should not be one. A single wet sound in a dry room. You might hear a faint scrape after it, like weight adjusting on metal that does not exist in your house. You might hear breathing that does not match your own. Another drip hits behind me, then another. The pace is faster now, like a leak that has found its rhythm. The scraping after each drop is clearer. It sounds less like metal and more like concrete. Grit under something dragging along a rough surface. The upstairs neighbor's silence presses down harder. My phone wakes up on the table. I do not touch it. The screen flares to life on its own, the glass bright in the corner of my vision. I can see the reflection of its light on the laptop's bezel. The speaker icon pops up at the top, tiny and pale. The voicemail begins to play. There is no button press, no swipe. Just sound exploding into the room like someone cut a membrane. Static at first. Thick, layered, full of peaks and troughs. It rolls out of the little speaker and fills the kitchen, louder than it has any right to be for such a small device. It has that wind across a mic quality again, the scrape and hiss of air that has been forced into places it does not like. Under the static, a knock. It is muffled, like it is coming from inside a hollow structure. Not my wall, not the neighbor's floor. It has the specific tone of knuckles hitting concrete from the other side of a thin layer of plaster, with empty space behind it. The sound resonates in a way my kitchen cannot physically replicate, but it does anyway. One knock, then another, then stillness. Beneath that, a sound rises that makes my stomach turn. A child's voice humming. It is high and soft and almost tuneless, the way kids hum when they are drawing or stacking blocks or watching something outside a window. There is no actual song in it, just the motion of melody, up and down, unconcerned with whether anyone is listening. The static rolls around it, sometimes drowning it, sometimes thinning enough that the hum is almost clear. I cannot make out words, if there even are words. Just that small sound moving in a space that I recognize without wanting to. For a second, I smell salt. Not the faint urban version you get near a bay, but the thick, cold kind that lives on rocks and metal and wet fabric. It gets into the back of my throat, hints at mildew and something older. Then the hum stops. A wet inhale takes its place. It is the same breath I have heard on too many recordings now, long, dragged through waterlogged lungs, pulling air into places that are not designed to use it anymore. It fills the speaker, pushes static aside, stretches out until it feels like it is happening in my own chest. The voicemail ends with a little digital click. The phone screen goes dark. I sit there, fingers still on the keys, back still to the wall, listening to my apartment remember itself. The fridge revs a little higher as it works. The AC fan rattles once and keeps going. Somewhere outside, a truck shifts gears and grinds its way up a nearby hill. Upstairs, the TV finally comes back on, a blast of canned laughter punching through the ceiling as if it had never stopped. I do not delete the voicemail. I leave it where it is, sitting in the dark guts of my phone, waiting at 2:12, in case one night your own machines fall quiet and you decide you want to hear what answers instead.